Welcome to beautiful Car Shield Field here in O'Fallon, Missouri. The first place Cornbelters taking on Josh Kiesel and the Falcons. Joey Hawkins, the manager for the Cornbelters. Welcome to the top of the broadcast. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly here with you on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Ben Peterson gets the nod, and he'll be on the rubber in the top of the first. The lineup goes as follows. For the Cornbelters, leading off Tate Matheny. He plays center field, hitting second the designated hitter, Jake Berger. Hitting third, Kyle Vance, the third baseman. The cleanup hitter is Nate Green, the catcher. DJ Schmidt in left field will follow. Then Drew Mize, the shortstop, and Carter Mize, the first baseman, the two brothers back-to-back in the order. Then to follow Brandon Noli in the right fielder, and to round out the order, Zach Friedling, the second baseman. And on the mound for the Cornbelters, in the bottom half of the first, we'll see Eric Loomis. So Ben Peterson getting the nod. He's throwing to Wade Stouse. Will give you the defensive alignment for the Falcons. Swords at third, Fay at short, Hoffman at second, Zimmerman at first. Michael Long in left, Beal Smith in center, and David Olenek in right field. Welcome all. We're ready for some good baseball today. The lights starting to turn on here. A little cloud coverage at Car Shield Field, but it should be a beautiful night for a couple of baseball games. The first one starting here at 5:31 p.m. Ben Peterson set to deliver the first pitch of the evening. The fastball is swing and a miss on the corner right there from the right-hander, facing off here against Tate Matheny. Ben Peterson, the right-hander from Mizzou, facing off against the former Missouri State. One to the left side. It's fair. Swords makes a throw over and is going to tag Matheny. That looked like that ball was almost foul, but Tate Matheny thought so as well, Shane. But nonetheless, it's going to be the first out.
It was, when a ball's right on the line like that, you want to treat it as if it's fair, even if you do think it's foul. You never know what the umpire is going to call. So.
And now Jake Berger back into the lineup today, the designated hitter. First pitch from Peterson, the fastball missed outside. Berger hit 22 home runs as a junior at Missouri State, big-time slugger. Was drafted 11th overall in the MLB draft in 2017. And now in a 2-ball, no strike count as Peterson misses low and away with the fastball. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out here in the top of the first. Matheny grounded out to Swords at third. Swords, we didn't mention it much as that fastball taken for a strike on the corner, but with 2 balls and a strike. Swords made a great play on that.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of jetered the ball over there on third base. It looked like it was foul. Matheny thought so as well as that fastball's missed upstairs and the count's 2 ball, 2 strike. But it was a great play made there over on third by Swords. Peterson delivers the pitch, and it's taken for a strike. Count was actually 3-1, out runs full. Excuse me there, but Jake Berger in the box, the big-time slugger. We'll see what he can do. The White Sox looking to see what he can do as well. Former first-round pick, a swing and a miss right there. Wade Stouse throws it around the horn, 2 away.
Even on a 3-2 count, Berger has to expand his zone just a little bit, maybe stretch things out a little too far. That fastball kind of ran away, maybe further than Berger was expecting, especially coming out of a right arm.
The right-hander misses low and away for the first offering to Kyle Vance, the third baseman. They're playing Vance straight away. He has power to all fields as he fouls that one away to the right side. 1 ball, 1 strike here with 2 outs in the top of the first inning. Thanks for joining us today and all summer long on YouTube. We got a couple games tonight, and it's close. You got to start watching the standings now, Shane. 6 teams only separated by 3 games as that pitch is taken upstairs for ball 2.
I don't think we could have it any closer, and that's what we love. Close, competitive baseball every game. You never know who's going to win. You can't just pencil in a favorite. You can't say, oh, this team is the best, this team's the worst. No. It's totally up in the air. We've watched 60 some odd games this summer. We couldn't tell you who the best team is, the worst team is. Everybody's beating everybody. So
a couple pitches taken by Vance. Now the count runs full. Everybody's beating everybody. That's the theme this summer. And Vance takes ball 4, outside pitch. well off the plate, and Vance works a full count, then takes a free pass. Nate Green now coming to the plate, the catcher. Nate Green, a recent addition to this Cornbelters squad. Played a little baseball overseas, Shane. He played at some local universities as well. Missouri, spent some time at Missouri Baptist, but interesting story he has. He has a big-time pop. Open stance from the right side, takes the first pitch upstairs. Excited to see what he can do with the lumber. Nice open stance, a good catcher, and that's what the Cornbelters needed. Now him and Jimmy Obertop to handle the duties, it seems like, for this Belters squad as he takes the second pitch upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. The right-hander Peterson looking to get back in the zone after issuing the free pass to Kyle Vance. The 2-0 delivery. Missed upstairs. Once again, 3 balls and no strikes. Here in the top of the first inning, 2 outs, 1 runner on base. Ben Peterson trying to work out of it. The 3-0 offering. Green takes it. It was right down Broadway for the first strike. 3 balls and a strike. Swing and a miss. Now the count's full. Swing and a miss, and Peterson works out of it. He gets a couple strikeouts, strands the walk, and we're through 1/2 inning. We send it to the home half of the first. No score. No scores. We said to send it to the last of the first inning. Shane Hosey, Will Connerly here with you on Carcio Collegiate League TV, and we send it to the last of the first. Troy Bealsmith to lead things off for the Falcons. Their lineup goes as follows. Bealsmith, Zimmerman, Strauss, Swords, Schmidt, Long, Olenek, Fay, Hoffman. So Bealsmith to lead things off against Eric Loomis, making his 5th start of the summer. He's thrown 16 1/3. He's got a 3.5 earned run average, 18 strikeouts to 10 walks, and he's surrendered 16 hits in as many innings pitched. Right-hander coming set. He's a Missouri State University freshman this coming fall. First pitch swinging from Beal Smith, and Mize dives, and he can't make the backhanded play. A base knock for Troy Beal Smith to lead things off. He's first pitch swinging and finds himself on first base to bring up Pete Zimmerman.
That's a good pitch right there to get things started for Loomis. Not the result he wanted, but if he gets ground balls like that against this Falcons club who can really swing the bats, hit the ball out of the ballpark with great authority. If he can keep the ball down in the zone, get a lot of ground balls like that, he's going to have a successful day. That one just unfortunate, the placement of it.
Now Pete Zimmerman to the plate after the single gets through the infield. Loomis in the stretch comes set, and the next offering is hit to right center field. Tate Matheny comes up to get it, trying to go first to third is Beal Smith. He will. Zimmerman trying to advance on the throw. He's safe, and runners on second and third. 2 pitches and 2 runners in scoring position to start the day for Eric Loomis. Getting under pressure right away in this ball game. The defense getting some action. Let's give you the defensive alignment. Nate Green, the catcher, Vance at third, Drew Mize at short, Freeling at second, and Carter Mize at first. Schmidt, Matheny, and Olean to patrol the outfield. That's a tough start for Loomis. 2 pitches and 2 runners in scoring position. He talks a little bit with his catcher, Nate Green, and he faces one of the most feared hitters in the league, Wade Stouse, with a couple runners on. A big chance for the Falcons early in this game.
See if Stouse keeps the bats hot. First 2 guys, first pitch swinging. He gets a fastball here. He's going to let it rip. Or not.
He got the fastball like you mentioned, Shane, but he takes it at the knees for strike 1. 0-1 the count. The first 2 pitches, the Falcons were letting it rip like you mentioned, but Stouse takes the pitch. It's a strike. He hits that next one up the middle. Drew Mize gets it, throws it over to his brother Carter, but a run comes across. Zimmerman advances to third, so a run third, 1 run across, and 1 out here in the home half of the first inning. Falcons on top 1-0.
And we know the power Stouse has put on display, launching balls left and right. But right there, not trying to do too much. It's just the first inning. Just to get you an RBI. Just get the ball put in play with the infield back. Get an easy RBI.
Infield in now here with 1 out, and Zimmerman on third base. A 1-0 lead for the Falcons. That pitch taken inside at the plate. Ben Swords, the third baseman, just recently named to the All-Decade team at Webster University. A few days ago when they announced that. A big-time player. We mentioned he started 111 games in a row. He chops this one to the right side. Loomis trying to go get it. He fumbles it a little bit, and it goes to Freeling. A little shimmy over there as it hit off Eric Loomis. He kicked it over to Zach Freeling. He steps on the bag, and there's 2 outs. Zimmerman stays put at third base. Talk about pitcher fielding practice. You didn't probably see that one in the playbook from Coach.
Hey, you're a big soccer guy. You got to like that pass there. Right on the money, right on the bag. How about that?
The one touch over to Freeling, the pass, and Freeling collects it and steps on the bag at first. 2 outs, and Austin Schmidt coming to the plate. He'll take that first pitch outside for strike 1 right on the black from Loomis. Loomis already surrendering a run. The first 2 pitches he threw went for singles, and he had runners on second and third after a couple pitches. Here with 2 outs, a 0-1 count. The right-hander delivers, misses low. Good scoop from Green right there to save a run.
Wow, good scoop is right. When a pitcher spikes a fastball like that, that's really the only hope you have. If you go down and try to block that, it's just going to kick off away from you. Probably go towards the dugout. Your only hope is to try to scoop it. Green's got some soft hands back there behind the plate.
The 1-1. Taking low, Austin Schmidt at the plate. Leads the league in runs batted in. Tied for the league lead in home runs. A big-time bat. He's got Zimmerman on third base with 2 outs. Can he come through? A 2-ball, 1-strike count for the Lindenwood commit, Austin Schmidt. Swing and a miss right there now. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And if Loomis can get Schmidt here, that scoop there by Green could be huge, keeping this lead at just 1 instead of 2. That could be a big run here early in this ball game.
Loomis getting the signs from Green. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on third, already 1 across. The delivery. Miss low, ball scoots away from Green for a second. Zimmerman thought about it. He went about just near halfway, trying to scoot down the line. But Green got to it quickly. Nice agile move from the catcher to get to the baseball quickly to not allow Zimmerman, who not as the fleetest of foot, but nobody probably would have scored there as Green was on the hop.
And if Zimmerman could have gotten a really good jump on that, he might have had a chance to score, but he realized he didn't get a great jump, so just live to fight another day. Don't get yourself out.
And the full count offering missed up and away. Schmidt reaches base on a walk. Runners on the corners, 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning, a 1-0 ball game. The sun is out. It's a beautiful day, Shane. Here
Gorgeous.
to play a couple baseball games on the first day of August here in 2020.
I mean, if you would have told us a couple weeks ago that on August 1st it'd be right around 80 degrees, we would have taken that.
That pitch missed low. The dog days of summer got to Shane Holsey. It seemed like it was hot. It got to both of us.
Hot.
That's an indeed for sure. The first pitch misses low from the right-hander Eric Loomis.
It looks like we're going to get a little bit of a break this next week or so. There's some rain in the forecast, but it's supposed to be very, very cool for this time of year. Highs in the upper 70s, right around 80 degrees. It's going to be nice this next week or so.
Pitch fouled away by Michael Long. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, 2 runners on. They're both on the corners.
I mean, there's days next week where lows are down in the 50s. We could have to break out the jackets.
Might need to. That old windbreaker, Shane. I know you got a couple of those.
More than a couple.
That ball fouled back to the screen. 2 strikes, and I know you went with the 3/4 sleeve today, Shane.
Yeah.
It's the first day this summer you wouldn't be called an insane person to wear something like that. So kudos to you, a trendsetter, you could say. The 1-2 pitch to Michael Long is hit hard down the right field line, but foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on the corners. 1 run already across. Eric Loomis threw 2 pitches, and he had 2 runners on second and third in scoring position. Wade Stiles hit it up the middle. A ground out to the shortstop, but a run came across. Pete Zimmerman advanced to third. He stayed there. Loomis got a couple outs. But a swing and a miss right there from Long. He just got a tip of it. Oh, you mentioned the foul ball. If Nate Green could have held on, that would have been strike 3, but he stays alive.
Not sure Long could get a smaller piece of it.
It's
literally a single stitch of the baseball.
You give Long multiple opportunities. He's made a lot of pitchers pay this summer. What can he do here? The 1-2 offering, the kick and the delivery. A swing and a miss. Michael Long strikes out swinging. A couple runners left on base. Eric Loomis works out of it. Does a nice job after a couple singles surrendered on the first 2 offerings. Just 1 run comes across. 1-0 Falcons after 1 on CCL TV. This inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. If your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling, 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. We're through 1 inning. Falcons on top 1-0 here in the top of the second inning. Ben Peterson back out for another inning of work. The right-hander's first offering to DJ Schmidt missed upstairs. So welcome back here to CarShield Field and CarShield Collegiate League TV. However you're watching the broadcast, whether it's television or radio, we thank you so much for tuning in as DJ Schmidt skies this one up in the air. Andrew Fay under it at shortstop. And after it hangs in the air for a while, he'll corral that one in right on the edge of the infield for the first out. Drew Mize, the shortstop, now coming to the plate after one away here in the top of the second. A 1-0 ball game But Eric Loomis in the bottom frame of the first inning threw 2 pitches and surrendered 2 singles. So runners on second and third and nobody out. But the Falcons only score 1 run. When you're facing the meat of the Falcons order, some of the best hitters in the league right there with Wade Stouse and Austin Schmidt. Give kudos to the right-hander Eric Loomis for working out of it with just 1 run.
And we can't forget that scoop by Green on that one pitch in the dirt, that fastball that Loomis spiked. That saved a run, kept the game at 1-0. Cornbelters only need to fight their way back from 1 run as of now.
Cornbelters at the plate here in the top of the second, an 0-2 count to Drew Mize. The pitch missed upstairs. Peterson went with a couple breaking balls to get Mize in an 0-2 count, tried to climb the ladder right there with the fastball, but he lays off. The 1-2 pitch from Peterson. He goes to the breaking ball, misses low. Not a bad pitch right there, but Mize did a good job to lay off. He tried to climb the ladder, then go to the breaking ball, but Mize being patient right here, working it to a 2-2 count. The delivery, a swing and a miss. Mize swings through the outside fastball from Peterson, and that's just a good execution right there. You go to the high fastball, he lays off. You go to the breaking ball, he takes it, but then you paint a fastball in a 2-2 count, challenging, and he does a good job. Now, Drew Mize's brother, Carter Mize, to the plate.
In a 2-2 count, you have to challenge. You don't want to go behind 3-2 because then you really have to come in the zone. Just be confident, make a good pitch. Peterson has the control to dot up on the outside corner, and if he can do that on 2-2, either he's going to more than likely foul it away or swing right through it.
Swing and a miss right there by Carter Mize. We've seen Carter Mize start to pick it up. Had a couple home runs last week. Really see that his swing starting to go to all fields. We saw him hit an opposite field home run. We saw him pull a home run. As that pitch is taken upstairs, 2 balls and a strike after Mize lays off the high fastball.
And an interesting note about that, I was talking to him after he hit his last home run, and he told me the day before that was his first home run. We'll get back to that in a second.
As this ball skied up in the air, Beal Smith catches it in center field. For the third out, we send it to the bottom frame of the second on CCL TV. Home half of the second underway. Eric Loomis, first pitch is a swing and a miss right there from David Olenek. He swings through that fastball on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. The right-hander Loomis working from the windup. A kick and delivery on the 0-1. Another swing and a miss. So interesting start to the last of the second inning. In the bottom of the first, 2 pitches and 2 runners on second and third. But now after 2 pitches to David Olenek, the right fielder of the Falcons, he has 2 strikes, 0-2 the count. The kick and the delivery from Loomis. He goes outside. Scoop from Green. A couple scoops on fastballs today from Green. Played a little professional baseball overseas. That's kind of what you would expect from a great defensive catcher. The right-hander kicks and delivers. Olenek may have went around. Are they going to check that one? They don't, and Olenek in a 2-2 count.
I thought he might have gone around there.
The breaking ball missed low. Olenek check swing, held up, no appeal, and the 2-2. Missed outside, so from 0-2 to 3-2, Eric Loomis trying to deal with David Olenek. And put him away here in the bottom of the second. A 1-0 ball game. Falcons on top. And the right-hander delivers the full count pitch. Missed outside, so after a 0-2 count, 4 straight, and David Olenek leads off the bottom of the second with a free pass.
That's tough for Loomis to let that at-bat get away. Had him 0-2, had him right where he wanted, just started to nibble. Wasn't aggressive in the zone, wasn't aggressive anywhere near the zone. Man, that's a tough way to start an inning.
Here in the bottom of the second, 1 runner on base. Andrew Fay to the plate. The former John Wood standout two-way player. That pitch taken for a strike right down the middle. 0-1 the count from Loomis.
Now if you're Loomis, it's your job to work out of it. You surrender the free pass, get yourself a ground ball, and act like it never even happened.
He'll try to erase that as the infield is here with double play depth against Andrew Fay. Fay squares around a bunt, but it goes foul.
Not much small ball in this league. A lot of guys just swinging away, swinging to hit as hard as they can, but Fay playing a little small ball here in the early innings. I like it.
0-2 the count. Bunt out of the question now with a runner on first base and David Olenek. Middle infield tightens up for double play depth. The pitch. Fay gets rung up on the fastball. On the inside corner, and Nick Hoffman now coming to the plate.
Might have been a ball, but if you're Fay, a little too close to take with 2 strikes. He doesn't like it. He thought it was a ball. Probably was a ball, but hey, umpires are going to miss some calls every now and then. They're not perfect. They're human, just like players are human. The players make mistakes. The umpires do too.
Right on the inside black. Olenek off to the races. But the ball gets to center field. Olenek was going to be a close play at second, it looked like, as he took off after the first offering to Nick Hoffman after, like you mentioned, Shane, a questionable call that Andrew Fay got rung up on. A pitch looked a little inside, nonetheless, strike 3. And now David Olenek, who swipes second base. That's his first stolen base of the summer. Brought to you by the O'Fallon Family YMCA, the Y for Healthy Living Youth Development and Social Responsibility. Bottom of the second, 1-0 ball game. A 1-1 count to the 9th place hitter, Nick Hoffman. Eric Loomis on the mound here in the second inning, getting his 5th nod of the summer from Joey Hawkins. The pitch. Taken outside for a ball, 2 balls and a strike here with 1 out in the last of the second inning. A 1-0 lead for the Falcons, a chance to make it more with a runner in scoring position and just 1 out. The offering. Miss low. The top of the lineup on deck and a 2-ball, 1-strike count to Nick Hoffman, the Maryville infielder. First time at the plate tonight. Eric Loomis. He comes set, takes a peek over at Olenek, kicks and delivers the pitch. It's taken for a strike, and now the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Olenek in scoring position. Troy Beal-Smith on deck, the top of the lineup. Loomis getting the signs from Green. He comes set. A check over on Olenek at second. Here in a 1-run ball game, and delivers the pitch. It's hit to the right side. It's going to be a close play at the plate. Olenek comes up on it, and they're going to hold up the runner at third base. Third base coach Austin Miney not going to send. David Olenek with just 1 out in the top of the lineup coming up. Probably a smart call. Troy Beal-Smith really swings the bat well. The first pitch of the ball game, he had himself a single to left field, and he got the top of the lineup up with runners on the corners and just 1 out. Loomis looking for a double play. Beal-Smith looking for anything but to try to get the runner at third home. Here in a 1-0 ball game, trying to extend the Falcons' lead here in the bottom of the second inning. They're playing him straight away in the infield, straight away in the outfield. The first offering to Beal-Smith. The breaking ball swung on by Beal-Smith, hit to left field, and it's a leaping catch in left by DJ Schmidt, but a run comes home. Good sacrifice right there. DJ Schmidt backed up a little bit. It looked like for a second could get over his head. tracking for it, and then he jumps up and catches the ball, extending the leather and corralling it in for the second out.
Made it a little interesting, but hey, doesn't always have to be pretty. You get the out, as long as you don't make a mistake, that's all that matters. As long as you record the out, doesn't always have to be pretty.
2 outs, 1 runner on base on first. That's Nick Hoffman. And 2 runs across so far. 3 hits today for the Falcons off of the right-hander Eric Loomis. Pete Zimmerman now coming to the plate. A big standout for the Mizzou Tigers this past spring. He signed with the Houston Astros about a month ago to play in their organization. Loomis getting ahead with the breaking ball. Zimmerman, he had a single to right field on the first pitch he saw in the first inning. Hitting second, the designated hitter comes up in the bottom of the second inning. His team with a 2-0 lead. Nick Hoffman, the runner at first. 2 outs and 1 runner on. The 0-1 pitch to Zimmerman is grounded to the left side. Vance makes the play, throws it across the diamond, and that's the 3rd out. We're through 2. 2-0 ball game on CCL TV.
We want to take this time to thank our sponsor, Interco Recycling. If you have large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, computers, or electronics to recycle, you can give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or head to itcscrap.com, and they'll handle it all at their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility just across the river on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. Interco Recycling, a metal electronics recycler since 1996. Give them a call, 1-877-258-3601, or head to itcscrap.com. Brandon Olian, Zach Freeling in the top of the order. Tate Matheny, Shane Holsey, Will Connerly with you here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV as Brandon Olian sprays the first pitch foul. 8-9-1. Cornbelters Falcons, and then Gems Hoots in ball game number 2. Should have a nice crowd here at Car Shield Field, and hopefully a nice crowd as well here on YouTube. No balls, 1 strike. Thank you for joining us here all summer long, all 90 games right here if you can't make it out to the ballpark. And make sure, if you haven't already, almost 500 of you have already, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you'll be notified every time a new ball game starts as Brandon Olian goes down on 3 pitches to lead off the 3rd. So Peterson takes care of Olian. Make that 4 strikeouts for Peterson. He's looked sharp here these first 2+ innings. He'll have to contend with the 9th place hitter, Zach Freeling. And he fires that fastball high. But the fastball looks lively. The breaking stuff looks sharp. It's about as sharp as we've seen Peterson all summer.
Definitely, he looks good. He's locked in, and we say that a lot recently, Shane. And I think that's just because the pitchers have had time to get used to facing competition. You can say the same thing about hitting as well, but some of the guys getting ready to settle in, find their groove, get used to their mechanics, Shane. It's so important after a couple games under your belt. From the long layoff we had, it's a unique situation, and it's hard to kind of judge early on what goes on in the game.
3 balls, 1 strike here to Freeling, the SLU Billiken. Freeling on the summer, 7 for 35 and even 200, getting on base 37% of the time. He showed a good eye at the plate, 8 walks as he pops that one up. And the second baseman, Nick Hoffman, is underneath it and puts it away for the 2nd out. So make that 6 straight retired for Peterson. After the walk with 2 away to Kyle Vance. In the first, he's retired the next six men he's faced.
Settled in for sure.
And he'll face Tate Matheny with two outs and nobody on. And he drops in a breaking ball for strike 1. Matheny grounded out to third on what was a borderline fair foul ball down the third base line. Ben Swords made a nice play on it and threw out Matheny for the first out of the ball game. So he's 0 for 1. He's in a 1-1 count here against Ben Peterson. Matheny just behind Falcons designated hitter Austin Schmidt. Schmidt has 6 home runs, Matheny with 5. Matheny's driven in 15 runs, and how about this? He scored 16. And this is his 16th ball game. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Peterson trying to retire 7 straight hitters. The only blemish, a walk to Kyle Vance in the first. That's the only base runner so far for the Cornbelters. 1-2 coming here to Tate Matheny. The kick and the delivery. Breaking ball just a bit high. So the count goes even. Matheny, a 308 hitter, getting on base about 37% of the time. Slugging over 650 and OPS over 1,000. He's in a full count here. 2 straight balls. And now the count goes full with Jake Berger on deck. Peterson would like to get Matheny here and have Berger to lead off the next inning, and he will. A strikeout for Peterson, 5 strikeouts through 3. And he's settled in. He's retired 7 straight 3 shutout innings so far for Peterson. His Falcons come to bat, leading it 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the third. Meat of the Falcons order coming up. Wade Stouse, Ben Swords, Austin Schmidt. 3, 4, and 5 for Eric Loomis, already with a 2-0 deficit. The Falcons have put up 1 in each of the first 2 innings, looking for more here in the third. Eric Loomis fires in a fastball down and away to Wade Stouse for ball 1. Wade Stouse at Southeast Missouri State. Eric Loomis headed to Missouri State. 2 balls, no strikes. So Stouse currently in Cape Girardeau and Loomis headed to Springfield. Some of our older audience may remember it as Southwest Missouri State. Three balls, no strikes to Wade Stouse here to lead off the third. The leadoff runner has gotten on in each inning so far for the Falcons, and Stouse, swinging 3-0, fouls it away. Leadoff base hit in the first for Beal Smith. A leadoff walk to Olenek in the second. 3-1 count here to Stouse. This middle of the Falcons order has been one of the more dangerous in the league. As a team, they've hit 20 home runs and scored 89 runs in 19 ball games. And whether Stouse was hit by that pitch or it was ball 4, either way, he's on base. And a leadoff base runner in every inning so far for the Falcons. And both times so far, it's come around to score. And now the Gorlock third baseman, Ben Swords. The All-Decade Gorlock, named to the All-Decade team, released a few short days ago. There's a breaking ball in there for Loomis that just clips the outside corner. Good pitch there for strike one. Ben Swords, the leading hitter in terms of batting average and on-base percentage for the Falcons this summer, hitting .390, getting on base over 55% of the time. He's walked 10 times in 56 plate appearances and struck out 12 times. 4 doubles, a home run, and 11 singles to make up his 16 hits. That's in the dirt. Stouse got a good jump on it. Green, a sidearm throw to second. Almost got him. But Stouse advances on the wild pitch.
How about that throw, Shane? Even though he was on he got to come out on his knees, make the block, and a sling down there. What a shot, even though it didn't get him.
Gave it a shot. But now the double play possibility is erased, and now Sword is trying to do a job. And he won't. Loomis strikes him out. He paints a fastball in the outside corner. Third strikeout for Loomis. So that's a big strikeout there to get the first out. And now the league's RBI leader, Austin Schmidt. 6 home runs, 17 RBIs. For Schmidt, that pitch gets away, and the third run for the Falcons moves 90 feet closer, and you don't want to make it any easier for Mr. Schmidt to drive in a run.
The league RBI leader with a big chance here. The infield is going to come in, Shane, but with a runner on third, less than 2 outs, you're going to see Austin Schmidt typically execute.
He's done so to the tune of 17 runs batted in 18 ball games. 1 ball, no strikes. Loomis trying to work out of it. That's chop foul. The first 2 innings, a leadoff base runner reached, and both times it came around to score. Stouse walked to lead off this inning, and he stands on third just 90 feet away. So leadoff base runners have come back to bite Loomis here in the early innings. Falcons trying to capitalize again here in the third. 2-1. Seen Loomis a few times pull that fastball across his body. Is that kind of a mechanical thing? Is he maybe trying to aim the ball? What do you think's going on there?
When I see a lot of pitchers miss glove side, I think that's kind of exactly how you described it. You're pulling off, and you have your drive line. You see when guys fly open, they're missing arm side a lot. But when you're pulling off, it's like you're rotating. You're almost like getting too rotational, and you're not driving and staying on the line as much. It's a weird thing with your mechanics, but all summer we've seen that's kind of been the issue with Loomis when he doesn't have – we're not saying his command's bad to any extent, but most of his misses are to the glove side, and it's because he has a really violent – a lot of power behind that rotation, but sometimes you can per se over-rotate in terms of not having that timing right, and things can kind of fly and pull away.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Schmidt, and he walks him for the second time. So Loomis has issued now 4 walks, and 2 of them have been to Austin Schmidt. So not the worst thing in the world there with 1 away and a runner on third to walk Schmidt, but now you got to contend with Michael Long. This Falcons lineup, you don't get any breaks. Anybody can strike at any given time, as Alex Hoff has moved into the on-deck circle as well, so he'll pinch hit for David Olenek. And you look at this Falcons lineup averaging about 4.5 runs a game. They've scored 89 runs, so now 91 as they play here in game number 20. 123 hits coming into play in 19 games. Figure that's about, what, 8 hits a ball game, about 7 hits somewhere around there.
Yeah, their offense is, I mean, it's impressive, Shane. They're taking on, I mean, we talk about the standings. The Cornbelters with 10 wins, the Falcons with 9 wins, 3 games separating all the teams. It'll be interesting to see these next couple weeks how things develop. At teams not getting much separation, but the Falcons are a team who could easily, after tonight, just be tied for first place. You know, they have 9 wins, or be a half game out if they would take down the Cornbelters tonight, having 10 wins, and the Cornbelters would have 10 as well.
And that's popped up. This could be a big second out. Carter Mize camps underneath it, and a big out number 2 there for Loomis. And Josh Kiesel's team hits in what we like to call a Kiesel here in the press box, the old P3, the pop out to first base. Josh Kiesel, one of the co-founders of Premier Pitching and Performance, or P3 for short. So we like to have a little fun at his expense and call a P3 a pop out to first base as it's scored in the scorebook, a Kiesel.
That's what a lot of their pitchers do, though, because they get in on guys' hand. Well, first off, a lot of their guys that train there throw hard. And since they throw hard, what can you do? Saw people off, to get inside, get in their kitchen, and not let anyone get around on it. So you're going to get a lot of weak contact and pop outs to third when you see a lot of their guys on the mound. But you can't short them. Every pitcher in this league, a lot of them have really impressed on every team. I mean, the pitching's been incredible, Shane. It's been fun to watch. But we know a couple of guys from P3 that do train there, and you know, all across the board, the ones that do, ones that don't. There's some big time arms people from Ace Baseball Development and all the other developmental programs. I never want to short any of those other ones because there's a ton in the St. Louis area who all have the goal of just getting talent, getting people better, which is great.
And there's no one way to do things. I mean, people argue the best way to do this, best way to do that. But really, a lot of their methods, not saying they're exactly the same, but their end goal is to just develop players into the best player they can possibly be. And whatever way you do it, that's their goal. I mean, there's no one way to do things. Baseball is not an exact science. It's probably the furthest thing from an exact science on this planet. So there's more than one way to do things. And there's a reason those places have stuck around as Alex Hoff pops that one in the shallow left, and Drew Mize going out makes a nice play. And the Falcons strand a couple, so Loomis works around the leadoff walk to strand a couple of base runners. We're through 3. 2-0 Falcons as we head to the 4th here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. We head to the top of the 4th. Jake Berger leads things off 2-3-4. Wanted to take this time to thank our sponsor, Interco. You can give Interco a call, 1-877-258-3601, or head to itcscrap.com. If you have large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, computers, or electronics to recycle, they'll handle it all for you. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Jake Berger, Kyle Vance, and Nate Green. And first pitch swing is Berger for a strike. Big time power bat of Jake Berger back in the lineup tonight, hitting second, serving as a designated hitter. Trying to hold the Cornbelters in first place. They come in 10-7-2. Falcons at 9-1, trying to inch a little closer. We talked about how close these standings are. Man, they are tight as can be. Cornbelters 10-7-1, Eagles 10-10, Cavemen 9-10-2, Falcons 9-9-1 as Berger swings and misses for strike three. He goes down on strikes, 6 strikeouts and 8 straight retired for Peterson. And you can't forget about the Hoots, 8-8-2, and then the Gems 7-9-1. All these teams no more than 3 games or no less than 2 games under 500. Cornbelters 3 games over, Gems 2 games under. That's as far from 500 as these teams get. And each team has played at least 17 games. Kyle Vance in a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Vance is the only Cornbelter to reach base via the free pass. 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, no hits for Ben Peterson. There's a strike on the outside corner. He is pitching with confidence and some swagger. Getting the ball and wasting no time. The 1-2 coming to Kyle Vance. In the dirt, he spiked the fastball. You can tell when a pitcher's on a roll, when he's working fast, when he's getting the ball and going, he just feels 10 feet tall and bulletproof, like nothing can get to him. The 2-2 to Kyle Vance. Swing and a miss, 9 straight retired, 7 strikeouts for Peterson. He is on some kind of roll. He struck out 4 of the last 5 batters he's seen, 7 on the ball game. He's retired 9 straight. He's gone 1 time through the lineup without surrendering a base runner. One ball, no strikes to Nate Green. Hitting in the 4-hole. Green spent some time at Jefferson College, Missouri Baptist, Hawaii Hilo, played overseas in Sweden. He's been all over the country, and he finds his way here in the Karlsruhe Collegiate League. He's from St. Louis, but he's been all around, and what do you know? You always find your way back home. It seems that way. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now 1-2.
Played a little professional baseball. Shane overseas. Jeffco Mobat played in Sweden. So, interesting story for Mr. Green. Apparently, he's a streamer as well. That's what we saw in
Twitch.
the comments.
Yeah. Very big on Twitch, over 1,000 followers on Twitch. I'm sure a few viewers here on YouTube following him from.
Yeah, we saw that in the comments.
Yeah.
They see what he can do, but now they want to see what he can do on the field.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and he's going to pick himself up a base hit here. He's 1 for 2, first hit of the ball game for the Cornbelters. Single up the middle for Green here with 2 away.
Yeah, great piece of hitting there by Green. I mean, one time through the order, it looked like Peterson was untouchable, but he gets right there, doesn't try to do too much, and just ropes it right back up the middle with a ground ball single. And that's sometimes what you got to do, Shane, with a pitcher who's really in a groove and he's hitting his spots. Hey, take it where it's pitched, even if it's on the outside. Black, just get your hands around, do something, and try to get something going for the Cornbelters, who trail by a couple of runs.
So Green is on first with 2 away, and DJ Schmidt swings at the first pitch and grounds it foul.
You know, getting the first hit for your team, kind of breaking that. Hitting is contagious, so Nate Green, maybe he potentially did something for the Cornbelters to get that offense going, just the first hit.
Hits do seem to breed hits, especially as you head late into a ball game. Heading into the middle innings now, these 7-inning ball games. Every out, every pitch, every inning magnified. No balls, 2 strikes here to DJ Schmidt. Peterson trying to get the final out. A 2-out, 2-strike base hit for Nate Green. He's on first base. He's 1 for 2 and has the only hit for the Cornbelters. 3 hits on the evening for the Falcons. And that's hit slowly to the right side, and Nick Hoffman to his left. Zimmerman gets back over, and Schmidt is out for out number 3. Gets him by a half step. So Peterson works around the 2-out base hit. We're halfway done here in game one. 2-0 Falcons as they come to bat in the bottom of the fourth. Halfway done here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. 2-0 Falcons lead. A well-pitched ball game so far, and a new pitcher for the Cornbelters after Eric Loomis works 3 innings, gives up a couple of runs. Ben Kowalski into the game. He's had a solid summer so far, an ERA right at 3. 18 2/3 innings. Had a solid start his last time out, striking out 8 and walking just 1 in 5 innings of work against the Eagles last Sunday. So working on 5 days rest here, pitching on Saturday out of the bullpen. 18 strikeouts, 10 walks, 20 hits, 8 earned runs given up in 18 2/3. For Kowalski, the Webster University right-hander, facing Andrew Fay, Nick Hoffman, in the top of the order, Troy Bealsmith. 2-0 Falcons lead it. RBI ground out for Wade Stouse. Back in the first, a sac fly for Troy Bealsmith in the second, the only runs. Falcons have got a leadoff man on base every inning, and Andrew Fay in a 3-ball no-strike count here against Kowalski. Kowalski's made 3 starts. This is his 7th appearance. 4th out of the bullpen, and he fires in a strike to Fay. Kowalski, the 6'2 right-hander, originally from Ottawa, Illinois, as Fay fouls that one away. He's made a couple of appearances the last couple of years at Webster. Second team all-conference as a senior at Ottawa High School. Pitching here with a 3-ball 2-strike count against Andrew Fay to lead off the 4th inning. Swing and a miss. Kowalski comes back from 3-0 to get him. That can be a big relief and a confidence boost for a pitcher when you can come back from 3-0 against the leadoff hitter in an inning to strike him out, and that's just what Kowalski does right there.
Especially, Shane, your first hitter you face out of the pen. You know, that can shift your outing if you walk or lose that first guy, and, you know, you already are kind of behind the jump, but you know, the first hitter you face and you get the strikeout, it makes you feel a little bit better about the rest of the inning.
Final line for the starter, Eric Loomis. 3 innings, 57 pitches, 3 hits, couple of earned runs, 3 strikeouts, 4 walks. Kowalski gets a strikeout to start things off, and a swing and a miss, or a foul ball, rather, at the plate by Nick Hoffman. Nick Hoffman, the slick fielding infielder out of Maryville. And there's no question why Hoffman is one of the better fielders in the Great Lakes Valley Conference. We saw him out there before the game this afternoon throwing he was on his knees down the right field line, throwing a baseball against that brick wall, that short brick wall that runs down the right field line in foul territory. Out there taking extra ground balls, really a master of his craft in the field, and there's no question he puts in the work to be a solid defensive player.
He's nothing gets by him, it seems like, all summer long. His range as a second baseman, it's very valuable with a lot of left-handed hitters pulling the baseball now. The shift, he kind of covers that right side of the infield pretty well.
Trying to handle the bat here with one away and nobody on. 3-1 count. Kowalski came back from 3-0 to get Fay. But he can't do the same here against Hoffman. He surrenders a walk. 5th walk of the game for the Falcons. Hoffman is on base for the second time. He picked up a base hit back in the second. He turns things back over to the top, and the Evansville ace, Troy Bealsmith. Base hit, a run scored, and an RBI for Bealsmith. Singled and scored in the first. Sac fly back in the second. There goes Hoffman, a breaking ball. Green, a tough pitch to throw. And Hoffman swipes second base. That stolen base brought to you by the O'Fallon family. YMCA the Y for healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. So Hoffman swipes second base here with one away, with Troy Bealsmith at the plate for Hoffman. 7th stolen base in as many tries this summer. 1 ball, no strikes here to Bealsmith. Now 1-1. Kowalski got him to swing through the breaking ball. For the Falcons, 32 stolen bases on the summer. They've only been caught twice. Successful about 94% of the time on their stolen base attempts, about 1.5 a game. 2 balls, 1 strike to Troy Bealsmith. Hoffman at the top of that stolen base list for the Falcons with 7. And Bealsmith hits that one to left center. Matheny on the run, can't get to it. That's going to go all the way to the wall, and Bealsmith is going to run for a while. He's going to have an RBI, and he could have 3 bases. A stand-up RBI triple for Troy Bealsmith. He's now 2 for 2 with a couple of RBIs.
That's a tough play in center field right there, Shane. Matheny usually gets every ball, but he smoked it, and it just got by the center fielder. 3 bags for the leadoff hitter who has a ton of speed. The Falcons putting pressure after Loomis leaves the ballgame. They get to the relief pitcher in his first inning of work, Ben Kolowski.
So the walk comes across the score on the triple by Kowalski, or the triple by Bealsmith, rather, off Kowalski. And now Pete Zimmerman.
And now leading 3-0. Zimmerman with a chance to make it more. Runner on third just has to execute with less than 2 outs.
Cornbelters bring the infield in, but Kowalski spikes that one. Bealsmith's going to score to make it 4-0. Bealsmith runs very, very well, and he got a good read on that pitch in the dirt. Got past Green, and it's 4-0 Falcons. So Bealsmith now 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs and 2 runs scored. He's gotten halfway to the cycle. He's got the hardest part with the triple. Now a 3-0 count to Zimmerman.
Green light, look for that, and with nobody on, 1 out, the 3-hitter Wade Stouse on deck.
You don't want to start walking guys in this part of the order. Zimmerman swinging 3-0 and hits it an absolute country mile into the air. And Schmidt finally puts it away. My word. That was way up in the air. Zimmerman gave it a healthy hack on 3-0, but just hit it straight up in the air.
Yeah, he just missed it. That if he straightens that out, that's way over the bleachers and left. I mean, he hit that way up in the air, and it was caught in the outfield, Shane. Like, usually you see those in the infield when they're just under it, skying it. But no, we know he has big time pop. We saw what he did the other night. He cleared those bleachers back. He cleared everything back there. That ball was long gone.
Here's a guy who can launch some balls in the air, Wade Stouse.
Yeah, he's done so a lot this summer, Shane, and all of them have seemed like they're just majestic big flies.
He's got 4 of them on the summer. He's driven in 14 runs, which is tied for second on the ball club with Michael Long. Between Stouse, Schmidt, and Long, 51 runs batted in.
That's a good middle of the order.
41.
That's a good middle of the order, Shane. Then you also got Zimmerman added to that mix. I think that's going to help the Falcons down the stretch trying to get the title.
That's hit through into the shift. Drew Mize, the shortstop, makes the play for out number 3. The Falcons get a couple more, an RBI triple by Beal Smith, and he comes across on the wild pitch. 4-0 Falcons through 4 here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Ben Peterson has tossed 4 sparkling innings to start the ball game for the Falcons. He's back out there for the 5th. 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, 61 pitches, just 1 hit surrendered by Peterson. He'll work to the Mize brothers and then Brandon Olean. Drew, then Carter, and then Brandon Olean. We'll take this time to again thank our proud sponsor, Interco Recycling. 1-877-258-3601 is the number you can call. Or head to itcscrap.com. Batteries, computers, electronics, they'll recycle it all. Just call Interco, 1-877-258-3601 if you have any of that to recycle, or head to itcscrap.com. As Drew Mize hits that one to right center. Won't carry far enough to get out of the reach of Alex Hoff. He puts it away for the first out. So now Drew's older brother Carter steps up to the plate, 1 away. Nobody on after the fly out to right field off the bat of Drew Mize. He's 0 for 2. And Carter Mize flew out to center field his first time up. We'll get back to that story I started the last time Carter was at the plate. Cardinal sin of broadcasting, never start a story with 2 outs, but nonetheless. So Carter a few days ago, 2 games ago for the Cornbelters, on the day he hit his first home run before the game, he was talking to Tate Matheny, and Matheny had some wooden bats in his truck. They're out in the parking lot just talking before the game, and as he rips that one down the right field line and foul, and Tate goes to Carter, hey, just take any bat you want. Carter was looking for a bat to use, and he said it looked like a Dick's Sporting Goods in the back of Matheny's truck, and Carter picks out the bat, and what do you know? That night, hits a home run. Very next game, hits another one. That's the bat he's using up there at the plate right now. He's got Tate Matheny stamped on the barrel.
He'll probably never stop using it. until it breaks.
He'll use it till he wears it out or breaks it. So home runs on back-to-back days for Carter Mize, and using Tate Matheny's bat. And he hits that one to right, hit it off the end of the bat. And Alex Hoff puts it away. So the brothers Mize, Pepper and Alex Hoff out there in right field, 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the 5th.
Peterson really just chugging along today, Shane. He's working in the 5th already with 2 outs, just 1 hit allowed, and just really hasn't been touched. 7 strikeouts, just 1 free pass and 1 hit. The only base runners today, Shane.
The base hit by Green in the 4th, the only base hit. Just 2 base runners, and Olean smacks that one to center. Bealsmith at the wall, he leaps, and it is gone. Brandon Olean gets the Cornbelters on the scoreboard in a big way with a home run to straightaway center field, and it's 4-1.
That's big power from your 8th place hitter in the lineup, going dead center off of the right-hander who just allowed his 2nd hit of the game, and it's a home run. Cornbelters get on the scoreboard, and that's big momentum. No, a little stirring in the Falcon pen, but no throwing yet. We'll see how long Kiesel wants to go with Peterson. He's been efficient and effective so far. So, they probably want to stretch him out. He's been good thus far with 7 Ks, and was just the 2nd hit he allowed.
Just the 3rd base runner he's given up, just the 1 walk. So Brandon Olean, his first home run of the summer, gets the Cornbelters on the scoreboard. He knew they weren't going to stay quiet for very long with this lineup, but that's the 8th place hitter, Brandon Olean, in the Umsel Triton, takes the Missouri Tiger deep.
The Belters looking to, they're in first place, Shane, so they're looking to kind of get them some separation. This feels like there's no separation with the top 4 teams from the rest of the pack and be the first team to 11 wins. But tonight they need a comeback to do it.
And they're going to have to do it with 6 outs to play with. We're through 4.5. Peterson, 5 strong innings, just the 1 home run by Brandon Olean. Peterson's only given up a couple of hits, and the Falcons lead at 4-1 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. A solo shot for Brandon Olean, his first of the summer, gets the Cornbelters on the scoreboard. Into the ball game for the Cornbelters, the SIUE right-hander, Braden Bone. He'll face Ben Swords to lead things off, and then Schmidt and Long right in the middle of the Falcons order, 4, 5, and 6. Falcons already working with a 4-1 lead as we play here in the bottom of the 5th. Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, and Charlie Bornoff with you here on CarShield Collegiate League TV, bringing you the action all summer long here in the Car Show Collegiate League. Good breaking ball there from Bone, but it just missed for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes for the 6'2 right-hander, Braden Bone. This is his 7th appearance. Last saw him against the Cavemen on Tuesday, facing the Falcons for the first time, so he's now faced all the other 5 teams here in the Car Shield Collegiate League as he fires in a fastball that just missed. Faced the Hoots a couple of times, Cavemen a couple of times, the Gems and the Eagles once. Facing the Falcons for the first time here this evening. 3 balls, 1 strike against Swords. 1.56 earned run average for Mr. Bone. He's been solid out of the bullpen. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 8 strikeouts, 6 walks, just 7 hits given up in 9 innings of work. Just a couple of earned runs. Went on a streak of 3 straight scoreless outings from July 17th to July 23rd. 1 earned run his last time out against the Cavemen, and he starts things off with a walk. 6th walk issued by Cornbelters pitching this evening. The shadows rather, just starting to creep towards the first baseline. As we head closer to 7 o'clock p.m., just about 6:45 Central Time. Thank you for joining us wherever you are, however you're watching, on your phone, tablet, computer, TV. Wherever you're watching, we thank you for watching. We have viewers from all across the country, so hit us up on social media. Drop in the live chat. Let us know where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you. As Austin Schmidt smokes that one to left. DJ Schmidt battling the sun, and it gets past him all the way to the wall. Ben Swords could score. He's rounding third. He's headed for home. The throw from Mize, not in time. So a sun-aided double for Austin Schmidt. DJ, that ball was right in the sun. That line drive, the sun setting just beyond the first base line. That's right in the eyes of a left fielder. So give Austin Schmidt a double. So no error for DJ Schmidt off the bat of Austin Schmidt. So give Schmidt a double and an RBI. 18 runs batted in, and even when Schmidt hits a ball right at an outfielder, he still finds a way to get an RBI.
Give the air to the sun. DJ Schmidt probably only had to move, a step or two to get that ball, and he probably would have caught it, but he literally couldn't see it. You could tell, even with the sunglasses and the glove up. You mentioned the shadows starting to creep. It's interesting to see as the night always progresses how the shadows eventually cover the whole field, Shane, but until it does, the left fielder usually is the one who has to struggle the most. Left fielder, third baseman, shortstop, but really the left fielder, the mainly one that we've seen a couple times this summer, just no clue where the baseball is, and that's where it was a couple feet from him, but a double.
And this time of year, between about 6 and 8:15 p.m., until that sun goes all the way down, it is right in the left fielder's eyes. I mean, directly in their eyes. They can try to move around, but it's going to be right in their eyes till about 8 o'clock or so when the sun starts to really go down as Michael Long goes down on strikes for the second out.
And like Austin Schmidt needed any more help getting RBIs.
Yeah, no
he doesn't lead the league or anything, does he?
No. Only 18 RBIs in 20 games. Something light.
6 homers. Premier hitter in this league if you couldn't catch the sarcasm, Shane.
How about 6 doubles, too?
Yeah, leading the league in many offensive categories. The big player in this middle of the lineup. And with the addition of him, Staus, Swords, of course, and Zimmerman, I mean, this lineup is dangerous. It's going to be fun, really fun to see how things turn out with the Falcons and the Cornbelters, Eagles. Everybody at the top is just so tight. It's so fun to see every night. The great baseball. I mean, last night you have a go-ahead grand slam in the second to last inning, Shane. It's just these nail biters are just very prevalent all across the board.
That pitch misses high to Alex Hoff, came off the bench and pinch hit for Andrew Fay, or for David Olenek rather, in the third inning. Strike three called. Back-to-back strikeouts for Bone. Now 2 away.
Good job by Bo Nursmano, walking a double to start off his outing, but getting back-to-back strikeouts. He settles in and stops the bleeding where it's at. You know, he wants to keep things where they are to give the Belters a shot.
Trying to keep this lead at 4, and Schmidt a well-struck double, but Sun aided, albeit as DJ Schmidt out in left field. Both Schmidts wear number 6. Interesting tidbit there for you, but DJ playing left field for the Cornbelters. Lost it in the sun. A well-struck line drive for Schmidt, for Austin Schmidt off the bat. And he picks up his 18th RBI and 6th double. League leading 18 RBIs and a 5-1 Falcons lead. 2 balls, 1 strike. Andrew Fay trying to come through with 2 away. Back-to-back strikeouts for Bone after a walk and a double. He got Long and Hoff looking. The 2-1. Breaking ball missed a little low. Bone struggling to find the zone. Cornbelters pitchers have walked 6 batters here with 2 outs in the 5th. Make that 7. As Andrew Fay draws a walk, he's on base for the first time. So at the very least, that puts the force in order at any bag for Nick Hoffman. He's reached base a couple of times, stolen a base, scored a run. Hitting out of the 9 spot. The leadoff hitter, Troy Bealsmith, on deck, who's driven in a couple of runs, scored a couple of runs. As that pitch gets away, and Schmidt will swipe third. Fay heads out to second. Wild pitch allows the runners to move up. And now a base hit will bring in a couple of runs. Fay to second, Schmidt to third. 2-out RBI chance here for Nick Hoffman, the 9th place hitter and second baseman. Home plate umpire squeezing Bone a little bit. The pitch may be a little bit low on Nick Hoffman. 2 balls, no strikes. Now 3-0. Bone already a couple of walks in this inning. 1 came around to score. 4 out of the 5 innings the leadoff base runner has reached for the Falcons, and 3 times it's come across to score. Kind of been the story of this ball game. Cornbelters pitchers getting in trouble to start the inning, and Falcons taking advantage. 3 balls, 1 strike. Hoffman swing, hits it into shallow center. Tate Matheny comes in to take it. Falcons strand a couple, but they do get a run on the RBI double for Austin Schmidt, his league leading 18th RBI. Will Kinderly will tell you about the 6th. 5-1 Falcons through 5.
This inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling, 1-877-258-3601, or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling and Electronics Recyclers since 1996. Also, Code Ninjas O'Fallon, located on the Deerberg Shopping Center at Deer Creek Crossing. You can go to 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon. At the intersection of Highway K and N, kids ages 7 to 14 will learn how to code by building small video games with the help of their sensei instructors. They start at white belt, they go to black belt. Come in today for a free 30-minute session. That's Code Ninjas O'Fallon. Kids have fun, parents see results. 636-851-9634. www.codeninjas.com/Mo-O'Fallon. So welcome to the sixth inning here in the top of the sixth. It's a 5-1 Falcons lead. So Ben Peterson exits the ballgame. 5 innings thrown, just 2 hits and 1 earned, 8 strikeouts and 1 walk. The 1 run was just a home run as that pitch is taken upstairs. The first offering from the new right-hander into the ballgame, Zach Karbowski. Was at Indiana State, but now looking for a school. And the big right-hander has impressed so far this summer. Facing in the top of the lineup here in the sixth, a swing and a miss right there from Matheny. Karbowski, 10 innings thrown so far this summer. A 1-ball, 1-strike count, the kick and delivery. A good breaking ball, a swing and a miss, and a 1-2 count now to Tate Matheny, the former 4th-round draft pick. Zach Karbowski, his strikeout stuff has really played well this summer. 17 Ks and just 3 walks in 10 innings of work as the right-hander comes set. He looks in the sign, kicks in, delivers, and misses low. Wade Stouse tries to go block it, but it scoots away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Karbowski coming set in a unique way. He's working from the stretch. He comes set like it's the stretch, but since no runners are on base, he can't get called for any balk, so he kind of does a little movement once he's in the stretch. A little toe tap of each foot, and then comes set, takes 1 big, deep breath, and delivers it. It's a fastball, and it's on the corner for strike 3. Tate Matheny's rung up on the outside fastball. He doesn't like it. He's given the umpire an earful. And now Jake Berger comes to the plate. Matheny really doesn't like the call. And the umpire hears it from Matheny for a little bit. Now Jake Berger will come to the box, the former 1st-round draft pick. He had a 4th-round draft pick, then a 1st-round draft pick at the top of the order. And the umpire still a little jaw-jacking from that Cornbelter dugout. Umpire turns in and tells him to cut it out. Nonetheless, 1 away after Karbowski comes in and gets Matheny looking on an outside fastball. The right-hander delivers the first pitch and misses low. Karbowski now 18 strikeouts and just 3 walks on the summer. He has an earned run average of 2.8 and a 1.4 whip. He's been fantastic. He's started a couple games. The most he's gone, though, was 3 innings in both of those starts. But a big-time arm out of the bullpen as well for Josh Kiesel, the manager for the Falcons, who have a 5-1 lead as Berger skies this one in center field. The Falcons here in the top of the 6th, now with 2 outs as Beal Smith comes under it. On a beautiful evening here, we're playing 2 games today. The Hoots will take on the Gems after this one. Here in the top of the 6th, it's a 5-1 lead for the Falcons. Karbowski coming into the game after Peterson worked a masterful 5 innings, just allowing 2 hits and 1 run. 76 pitches he threw. 8 Ks and just 1 walk here with 2 outs in the top of the 6th. The first inning for the relief pitcher, Zach Karbowski. First pitch taken inside to the 3rd place hitter, Kyle Vance. So a strikeout looking of Matheny on a borderline fastball. Then Berger pops up to center. Berger 0 for 3. And now Kyle Vance coming to the plate. Just 2 hits for the first place Cornbelters tonight. The Falcons with 5 and 5 runs. Here in the top of the 6th there. smelling a victory, and this would just only complicate things in the top of the standings. That would mean you'd have the Cornbelters with 10 wins, you'd have the Falcons with 10 wins, and then also
Eagles.
You'd have the Eagles with 10 wins, and you could potentially have the Hoots with 9 wins tonight if they get a victory. So, man, oh man, things are tight. Cornbelters 10-7-2, Eagles 10-10, Cavemen 9-10-2, Falcons 9-9-1, Hoots 8-8-2, and the Gems 7-9-1. 6 teams only separated by 3 games. The screws are really tight in the standings. Karbowski comes set, the 2-1. Broken bat, grounder down to the third baseman. Swords fields it cleanly, throws it across the diamond to Zimmerman at first, and that's out. The top of the 6th ends. 5-1 ball game. We send it to the last of the 6 on the CCL TV.
Hotel.
Rob Parks on the mound here in the bottom of the 6th inning. First pitch in there for a strike against Troy Bealsmith. Welcome to the bottom of the 6th. It's a 5-1 game. Falcons on top, and they're at the plate looking for more. They've got the top of the line above. That pitch hit to right field. Brandon Olian under it, and he hits off his glove in the warning track. An error on the right fielder, and Bealsmith will get a couple bases out of it.
Beal Smith still finds a way to get on base. He'll go down as an at-bat, and he'll be 2 for 3, but nonetheless, he's in scoring position. And it is a 4-run lead, but with this Cornbelters lineup, they've been quiet today, but they can explode at any time, and any insurance runs late in the ball game are critical, especially against a stingy arm like Rob Parks.
The last of the 6th inning, a 5-1 ball game. Falcons on top, and now Pete Zimmerman to the plate. Falcons lead by 4, but a runner in scoring position. Nobody out, looking for more. Nothing into the count as Zimmerman fouls that pitch back. Rob Parks into the game. 25 strikeouts on the summer for the Southpaw. Third most in all of the league, 15 2/3 innings, and 20 5 strikeouts. A pretty good strikeout percentage for the left-hander. Good strikeout stuff. He led SIUE in appearances out of the bullpen with 7 in the shortened season, and he's been used a ton, making his 10th appearance for Joey Hawkins tonight. The delivery is Miss Low. Good block there from Nate Green. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pete Zimmerman at the plate. Parks in the stretch, a runner on second base in the bottom of the 6th. A 4-run lead for the Falcons. That pitch taken outside for a ball. Count runs full to the former Mizzou slugger Pete Zimmerman. Hitting second in this lineup, the designated hitter. Signed with the Astros about a month ago. Lefty comes set and delivers the pitch. That's belted to right field. Zimmerman has himself a home run. He hammers it into the bullpen, no doubt about it, on the full count pitch, and the Falcons extend their lead, now on top 7-1.
That's just brute strength right there. That's just a line drive into the gap that just happens to carry out of the ballpark. Zimmerman, one of the stronger hitters in this league. Man, he is strong as an ox, and he can drive the ball out of any ballpark.
A 2-run opposite field shot. Bealsmith gets on the air, and the air comes around to score. So the ball was popped to right field. Should have been caught by Brandon Olean, but hits off his glove. And then Zimmerman makes him pay with a home run off Rob Parks. Pitch inside to Wade Stouse for the first ball. The 1-1 pitch from Parks, but a big-time home run from Pete Zimmerman. The second one we've seen, he's gone to both fields. He cleared the bleachers with one, and then he hammers that one a straight line drive to right field. The offering from the lefty. This one's driven deep, back, track, wall, way gone over the clubhouse. Wade Stouse kissed that ball adios as it's another home run for the SEMO slugger, his 5th of the summer. Back-to-back jacks for the Falcons, and they are pouring it on here tonight. The offense looks good.
Goodness gracious, lay into one, why don't you?
He absolutely lays into that one. An 8-1 lead now for the Falcons. My, oh my, hasta la vista. You'll never find that baseball again, I'll tell you that right now. He crushes that one over the clubhouse, Shane. I mean, we've seen some bombs this summer, but that one goes at the top of the list for me. That was insane how he laid into that ball. Usually we'll see him, they maybe touch the clubhouse or it lands before it. He cleared the clubhouse by about 50 feet, it seemed like.
The ball just disappeared behind that building, never to be found again.
Well, yeah, we need to get the StatCast on that one. Something crazy right there. Estimated distance. That's a big boy fly. You'll get. I mean,
that's a big league home run right there. That's getting out of any ballpark.
Any ballpark, anywhere, anytime. At least in the modern era.
Lefty on lefty too.
Lefty on lefty. Parks came inside, but he came inside again, and Wade Stouse put that ball well out of the ballpark. Back-to-back home runs, and Rob Parks, we've seen him be nails all summer long. Joey Hawkins gets tossed. Hawkins going to have a word with the umpire, wondering why he got tossed. They had some reason to argue. Tate Matheny got rung up on a pitch that looked a little outside last frame. Now Joey Hawkins is going to have a word with the umpire, but he did get tossed. That's what we saw, Shane, up there. And, you know, they had been having a word with him all night. A frustrating night right now for the Cornbelters. The first-place team down 8-1 to the Falcons, and he gets tossed. The umpire letting him have an earful right now. You wonder when he gets tossed after having a mound visit after back-to-back jacks, Shane. You know, he could have said something on the way out that could have been from last inning. So an 8-1 lead, a couple home runs, and then a couple balls get out of the park, and then it looked like one coach gets tossed. So the umpire taking his time. Rob Parks looking to see what's going on. And Shane, what are your comments right now?
I'm not sure what exactly is going on here. I mean, you can't argue balls and strikes. I mean, that's just just a given. But understandably, I mean, your team's losing 8-1. The frustration level is high for Hawkins right now. Some calls haven't gone the Cornbelters' way, and sometimes, I mean, late in the ball game might not be quite enough, but maybe just try to rally the troops a little bit. Sometimes that could fire up a team late in the ball game. Probably won't do a whole heck of a lot, but hey, that shows that he's into it. It's an 8-1 ball game, but you're frustrated. Your team hasn't really been getting the calls. You're struggling on offense. You've had some borderline calls go against you, and that's going to happen. But
the thing is, though, I mean, you say you can't argue balls and strikes, and you can. You just likely will get taught.
In the right way.
And
if you do it's a fine line. You can ask an umpire, hey, was that pitch high? Was that pitch low? Where was that pitch? Or so be it. But yeah.
Bring him up, strike 3. That's on the outside black. And you got to say that the umpire's been consistent a little bit tonight on having a bigger strike zone. That I can give to him, but I don't necessarily have to agree with some of the strikes he's called. A little of them have been a couple balls off the plate. I can guarantee you that. The pitch to Tate Matheny definitely was a ball. There was a pitch to Nick Hoffman that looked like a ball earlier in the game, just from my judgment. But he does have a little bit of consistency in terms of calling pitches outside the strike zone, Shane. In an 8-1 ball game in the bottom of the 6th inning, I think we can have a little conversation about that. But Austin Schmidt hammering this ball to left. It gets behind DJ Schmidt, having a rough time with the sun out there today. It looks like Austin Schmidt will get a couple bases on that one. And another double for Austin Schmidt. No error on the play right there, Shane. That's going to be a double. You agree with that call?
Yeah,
hard to give an error right there with the sun and then also diving and laying out for that one. Nonetheless, Austin Schmidt with a couple extra bases, and he'll reach on the double. Swing right there, and ouch. Fouling it off. Michael Long. A foul ball. So, wow, Shane, this has been an interesting inning. You could
say that.
Well, we got a recap bit for you. Troy Beal-Smith reaches on an air on a ball that should have been caught, and right field just comes out of the leather of the right fielder, Brandon Olean. And then you have a Wade Goner on a full count pitch. Pete Zimmerman, a 2-run shot. I mean, a line drive into the bullpen right where the Hoots were warming up. That exit velocity is high as you're going to see it for a home run. And then Wade Stouse with probably the furthest home run we've seen this summer. And Michael Long breaking the lumber. It took 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and he shreds that bad boy. Look at the strength he has as he's fired up. Some wood out there on the turf.
He's had a frustrating day at the plate. 3 strikeouts, he's 0 for 4. But in a game like this, it's 8-1. You're understandably frustrated, but save that for the dugout. Don't do it on the field. Long.
Hey,
he's a good guy. He doesn't mean anything with it. He's just frustrated. He's 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. And when the rest of your team has put up 8 runs and you're 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, it gets a little frustrating. You're like, why can I not get anything going at the plate? What am I doing? And sometimes it just boils over and you see stuff like that happen. You hate to see that on the field. You rather hate to see it happen, period. And I'm not one to judge morals or ethics or anything, but to do that on the field is a little something you don't see every day.
This has been one of the most unique innings we've seen all summer long. A pop-up to right field on an air, a unique air from Brandon Olean just pops out of his glove. A Pete Zimmerman just absolute bomb is run down to third base. Austin Schmidt on the air. He'll come home. A play at the plate, but he comes around to score, and the plot thickens for this wild, bizarre, weird inning. But Austin Schmidt scores. So, Shane, you got to help me recap this inning so far. We got the pop-up to right field on the air. You got a home run by Pete Zimmerman, one of the furthest home runs we've seen so far from Wade Stouse. Ben Swords getting rung up on an outside fastball. That kind of plays into this because Joey Hawkins, after back-to-back home runs, the Cornbelters manager, gets tossed out of this game. He was arguing balls and strikes. He went to go talk to Rob Parks after he gave up 2 home runs, and I think Hawkins wanted to give his 2 cents to the umpire after the 2 home runs. You're a head coach. You're frustrated that 2 home runs have been let up, the ball game getting a little out of reach. You mentioned something to the umpire about something that happened last inning, and I give it to Hawkins. I mean, it's warranted because the calls were terrible, but it just happened to be that the calls happened later. He argued it later after, out of frustration of the couple home runs.
Yeah.
But then you see a broken bat by Michael Long after a strikeout. He struck out 3 times today. He hammered the bat down in the turf 3 times and shattered it. And then the inning ultimately ends. We still got a 7th, folks, but we'll send it here to the 7th on CCL TV. The first place Cornbelters here in the top of the 7th. Trailing Shane 9-1, wild last inning, man. By force, a 4 spot was ultimately hung up by the Falcons. They had a couple home runs. Pete Zimmerman with a line drive to right. Wade Stouse putting it way over the clubhouse in right field. And Joey Hawkins, after those 2 home runs, got tossed. Talking to the home plate umpire, honestly don't know what was said down there, but he had his 2 cents, maybe even 10 cents to the home plate umpire. He got an earful, and they both talked it out. Not sure what happened, but he got tossed. He's hanging out, though, in the stands, so watching his team, hoping to see if his first-place Cornbelters can somehow make a comeback here. Zach Karbowski, a very stingy pitcher to face. A swing and a miss right there by Nate Green. He set down on strikes from Karbowski. Now just 2 outs needed for the Falcons, Shane.
I'm sure they want to get this thing over with as quickly as they can. They don't want to let this get interesting. You don't want to run through a bunch of pitchers. Just for Karbowski, it's a 9-1 game, but you still got to treat it as if it's a tie ball game, 1-run game. Still pitch your best game and don't run your pitch count up too much.
Yeah, Karbowski, one of the more electric arms we've seen this summer, was at Indiana State. I believe he's still looking for a home last time we checked, but he should be able to find one. He has big-time strikeout stuff, doesn't walk many guys, and Vans Green, now DJ Schmidt to the plate. A 9-1 ball game. The ball game got out of hand last inning. 2 home runs, a coach getting tossed, and another run coming to score on an error. 2 errors in the inning. Just a chaotic bottom of the 6th here in the top of the 7th, a 9-1 game. Falcons with 8-run cushion trying to close it out. A pitch taken for a strike. As the right-hander gets the signs from Stouse. The kick and the delivery on the 1-2 missed outside. A tough day for the Cornbelters. That's what we have to go with, the first-place Belters. It looks like the Falcons are going to come out on top and get the victory. A swing and a miss right there from DJ Schmidt, and they throw it around the horn. Drew Mize now coming to the plate. He's the last chance, Shane, for the Cornbelters. Breaking ball in there for a strike. 0-2 the count against Drew Mize. Final hope right here for the Belters, but they'll need a lot of it, trailing by 8 runs here in the top of the 7th. The 0-2. Oh, Karbowski, he was walking to the dugout, but had to change gears, Shane, put it back into reverse, and he goes back on the mound.
Back it up.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Final hope here for the Belters. Drew Mize, they trail by 8 runs, and the right-hander delivers the pitch. A breaking ball, swing and a miss, and the Falcons win it. Karbowski with a couple innings of relief, and he walks off the mound. Usually you see he wanted to get to the dugout quick. Wade Stout saying, where are you here to give me the high fives and come in the line? Nonetheless, 9-1 victory. We'll be back in about 20 minutes, Shane. We have CCL TV coming up. Wild game, to say the least. A couple home runs and some fun on CCL TV. 9-1, Falcons win it. And it's a big-time day. Pete Zimmerman with a home run, Wade Stouse with a home run, and everybody coming out for a good baseball game. We got another good one coming up next, Shane. The best pitcher in the league on the mound. Should be fun. Devin Turbeck takes on the Gems. Hoots Gems coming up next on CCL TV. Cornbelters fall to 10-8-2. And the Falcons now with 10 wins. 3 teams with 10 wins, 10-9-1. We'll be back in 20 minutes on CCL TV.
Let's play two. Shane Holsey, Will Connolly with you. Absolutely beautiful Saturday night for baseball. Harry Potter night here at the ballpark, CarShield Field. First day of August 2020, and an absolutely gorgeous night for baseball. In the upper 70s, we'll dip down to the low 70s by the end of the game. Should be a beautiful night, and the second game of this doubleheader after the Falcons win 9-1 over the Cornbelters, the first place Cornbelters. 9-1 in game one. The Hoots will be the away team. Gems, the home team. We'll read you through the lineup for the Hoots coming in at 8-2. Chase Krogman leads things off in left field. Evan Martin hits second. Nick Neville, the shortstop, hits third. Andrew Keck hits fourth behind the plate. Matt Dunham, the first baseman, hits fifth. Colin Bergman, the third baseman, hits sixth. Dominic Cusimano, the designated hitter, hits seventh. Jamie Young, the right fielder, hits eighth. And Matt Staker, the second baseman, hits ninth. And the first pitch from the left-hander, Josh Ray, is in the dirt. We are underway at 7:51 p.m. Central Time here at CarShield Field. Beautiful O'Fallon, Missouri. Beautiful night for baseball. We thank you for joining us wherever you're watching, however you're watching. Let us know where you're watching. We'd love to hear from you. 1 ball, no strikes to Chase Krogman. A swing and a miss from the left-handed swing Krogman facing the left-hander out of Missouri Baptist, Josh Ray, 6'2", 210 pounds. 2 balls, 1 strike to get things started. Gems, the home team, 7-9-2. 7-9-1 rather. Hoots 8-8-2. And Ray drops in a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Krogman, Martin, and Neville have become staples in the top 3 of the order. Krogman moved up to the leadoff spot about 4 or 5 games ago, and he is the leading hitter in the league, coming into play at .413. Hitting in the leadoff spot for Joe Lincoln's Hoots. And he draws a leadoff walk as that pitch goes to the backstop. And the leadoff base runner is on for the Hoots for Evan Martin. Will, absolutely beautiful night for baseball. Could not ask for better weather on the first day of August here in the Midwest. I mean, we couldn't ask for any better.
It's wonderful. It's great to see. I'm excited for the game tonight, especially with the Hoots coming out here and trying to get a victory for a big crowd tonight, one of the biggest crowds we've had so far this summer. And they're getting a treat because it's a good pitching matchup, Shane. They're getting a great weather. And on the first day of August, it's towards the latter stages, just 2 weeks left in the season. They're going to see a Hoots team try to climb their way up in the standings and get to second place tonight.
Beautiful Saturday night, first day of August. And a leadoff base runner for the Hoots. They're the away team, sporting the white jerseys with the white pants, the gold and black piping down the sides of the pants, the white vests with the black undershirts. Gems wearing their gold jerseys with the gray pants and the blue hats. Take you around the horn for the Gems. Jacob Gentry in left field, Kylan Cunningham in center, Tyler Fogarty in right. Kyle Franklin at third base, Josh Gibson at short, Tate Wargo at second, Tommy Woods at first, and Braden Spar catching Ray. Potential double play ball here. Woods to his cousin Gibson at second, and nobody was covering first, so they do get the lead runner. Woods, a nice play over to second for the first out. So score that at 3-6 on the fielder's choice. 1 away. Martin reaches base. Krogman is retired for the first out. So Martin now on first base, and now his SIU Saluki teammate, Nick Neville, steps in with a runner on first and 1 away. And there's a called strike from Josh Ray, the left-hander. It was a 9-1 victory for the Falcons in game one. They joined the Cornbelters and the Eagles at 10 wins, now at 10-9-1, just over 500. And things are tight here in the standings as we head into the final third of the season for most of these ball clubs. As Neville pops that one up, Kyle Franklin puts it away for the second out. Tell you a little bit more about Mr. Josh Ray, 6'2", 210 pounds, out of Missouri Baptist, formerly of Jefferson College. So far in the summer for him, 4 2/3 worked. Has yet to surrender an earned run. He's given up 4 runs, but all of them have been unearned. 8 strikeouts, just a couple of walks, and 4 2/3, making his second start. He'll face Andrew Keck with 2 away, runners on first. And that off-speed pitch misses a bit high. Andrew Keck, the catcher out of SEMO, a couple of SEMO catchers in this ballgame. Braden Spar, the catcher behind the plate for the Gems. And Andrew Keck skies that one into right field. Tyler Fogarty drifting back near the track, and he puts it away. So a scoreless first for Josh Ray. His Gems coming to bat, and they have a tall task here this evening. We'll tell you about the Hoots starting pitcher, and we'll have you at the bottom of the first right after this here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Gems coming to bat. Read you through their starting lineup. Tommy Woods, Tate Wargo, Ryan Malzahn, Kylan Cunningham, Braden Spar, Josh Gibson, Tyler Fogarty, Kyle Franklin, and Jacob Gentry. And boy, do they have a tall task ahead of him. They face quite possibly, and I don't think it's really a debate, the best pitcher in the league so far this summer, Devin Turbrack, the league leader in ERA, whip, strikeouts, you name it. He's leading it. 32 strikeouts and 2 walks. Let me say that again. That's not a typo or a misprint. 32 strikeouts, 2 walks in 21 2/3 innings, a .65 earned run average as Tommy Woods hits a line drive out to left. Chase Krogman handles it for the first out. Not much of that being solid contact off Mr. Turbrack. His last time out against the Cornbelters gave up 2 runs in the first inning. He said, you know what, enough of that. I'm going to go 7 shutout innings after that and strike out 12 and not walk a soul. He has not walked a man in about 3 weeks since July 11th. His last 2 outings, 16 strikeouts, no walks. 12 his last time out. He struck out double digits twice. We can go on and on. We could talk all night about this guy, and we could do it.
Will.
We could do it. He's going to throw a lot of strikes, so he'll just let his pitching do the talking.
I mean, we'll probably talk about him all night. He went the whole game last time, 8 innings, these 7-inning games with a game-win extras, and we'll probably be talking about him all night long. And there's a lot to talk about. Shane, you mentioned the whip under 1, the ERA is .6, 32 Ks, and just 2 walks. Probably the most impressive statistic he has in 21 and 2/3 innings. It's impressive. He's only surrendered 2 runs. I mean, he's been nails. The lights, literally lights out.
It seems like every hitter that comes up there is already in a 1-2 count before he even steps in the box.
Yeah, he's been impossible to hit at times when he's just on the money with 4 pitches for strikes, working up, down, left, right. It's tough, so it's going to be interesting to see how the Gems, who are one of the worst hitting teams in the league, they are at the bottom of the table, 6th in the standings, will approach this stingy left-hander. He throws a lot of strikes and doesn't waste a lot of pitches, Shane. He'll come at you with 0-2. It doesn't matter. He's challenging you, it seems like, every time.
2-2 to Tate Wargo, and a swing and a miss. There's strikeout number 1 of the evening and number 33 in the summer for Turbrack. Turbrack has faced these Gems this summer back on July 11th. 4 innings, just a couple of hits, no runs, 10 strikeouts.
Yeah, he had 10 strikeouts, Shane, in 4 innings of work against these Gems. He was carving that night. We saw him the first night against the Cayman the first time he came out. 6 Ks and a walk. Then he comes and turns around at 10 Ks and just 1 walk. I mean, he was going nuts that game against the Gems.
And once again, a no-ball, 2-strike count here to Ryan Malzahn.
The same thing he had to Tommy Woods, who hit it to left field. I mean, he's going to get ahead. He's throwing first pitch strikes at one of the highest rates in the league. There's no wonder why he's so successful on the mound.
0-2 here to Malzahn. Swing and a miss, and 2 strikeouts in the inning for Turbrack, and there you go. 2 strikeouts, make that 34 strikeouts and 2 walks. And that number's probably only going to go up as this night goes on. 1, 2, 3 first for Turbrack. We head to the second. No score here on Car-Shield Collegiate League TV. We want to take this time to thank our proud sponsor, Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, just give Interco a call. 1-877-258-3601. That's the number to dial, or you can head on over to ITCScrap.com and they'll handle it all for you. That's 1-877-258-3601 or ITCScrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Matt Dunham leads things off for the Hoots here in the second. Chase Krogman reached on a walk and then a fielder's choice and a pop out and a fly out was how things went to lead off the ball game for the Hoots. They hit here in the second inning, 5, 6, and 7. Dunham, Bergman, and Cusimano. A couple of Sue Billikens and then an Indiana State Sycamore for the Hoots here in the second. No score here on Car-Shield Collegiate League TV on a gorgeous Saturday evening.
And the Hoots know they don't need to get many runs tonight, but they haven't really supported Turbrack when he's been on the mound. hasn't picked up the victory in any of his starts this summer despite having the best pitching statistics in the league.
1 ball, 2 strikes here to Matt Dunham. Turbrack went 4 innings and then 4 innings and then 5 2/3 and then 8 innings. And it took him just 90 pitches. There's a called third strike. So both these left-handers off to a nice start here in the first inning plus. First strikeout for Ray. Now the third baseman, Colin Bergman, Ray's retired 4 straight. Bergman out of St. Louis University, likewise the man who was just at the plate, Matt Dunham, transferring from Jefferson College. Colin Bergman so far this summer, 5 for 26. He's driven in 9 runs, which is tied for tops on this ball club with his SLU teammate, Matt Dunham. One of those 5 hits was a double. He's been hit by a couple of pitches and walked 7 times, getting on base 40% of the time, despite a batting average under 200. Playing in his 11th game. Josh Ray making his second start for the Gems. No balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Fooled him on the breaking ball. Back-to-back strikeouts to begin the second for Josh Ray.
Yeah, when you can get a guy to be tardy on a breaking ball, that's exactly right, Shane. Fooled, because he throws it up and it's going to look like it's a fastball. At the last minute, it breaks, and you can't catch up to the late break from the lefty. A couple really good breaking balls from this left-hander. We got a couple left-handers that throw the ball with great authority.
And Dominic Cusimano with a base hit to right field. Boy, Wargo gave it an effort, but it goes into right field for a base hit. And Dominic Cusimano, the man who hardly ever strikes out, gets a base hit.
Yeah, he rode the elevator, but he couldn't quite get to the penthouse. He had to get way up there.
So now the right fielder and Australia native Jamie Young steps into the box. 2-out base hit for Cusimano, first hit of the ball game for either side. Second base runner for the Hoots. And Young swinging at the first pitch, swing and a miss. Jamie Young headed to Maryville University, 2-way player.
Yeah, he can. What do you have, Shane? 10
strikeouts.
Just 1 earned run. He gets on the mound in his first start, and the Hoots just throw out another arm that is incredible. That's what they've done all summer long. The best pitching staff by far in the league. If this offense can come around, watch out for the Hoots to take over the top of the table. With a win tonight, they'd be in second.
And Ray strikes out the side, so both these lefties on point here in the first inning and a half. Devin Turbrack heads back out to the mound. No score as we head to the bottom of the second. One, two, three, bottom of the first for Devin Turbrack. 2 scoreless innings so far for Josh Ray. Kylan Cunningham will try to get something started. Cunningham, Spar, and Gibson 4, 5, 6 against Devin Turbrack. A couple of strikeouts in the first inning for Turbrack. 3 up, 3 down. Got a fly out to left field off the bat of Tommy Woods. And here's a ground ball out to second. Matt Staker gobbles that up, tosses on to Dunham for the first out. 4 up, 4 down for Turbrack. And now the catcher, Braden Spar, the other SEMO catcher in this ball game. His Red Hawk teammate, Andrew Keck, behind the plate for the Hoots. Spar off to a nice start. I guess we can still say a nice start. It's only been a month, still only a couple of weeks left. But Spar through 7 ball games, 7 for 20. 3 of those hits have gone for extra bases. He's driven in 5, scored 5 runs, hitting .350, getting on base 48% of the time. And he hits that one into right center. Easy play there for Jamie Young. 5 up, 5 down for Turbrack. So he's gotten a couple of flyouts, a ground out, and a couple of strikeouts. And 5 up, 5 down.
Yeah, it looks good. He knows his stuff is good enough to get hitters out. That's why he can consistently live in the strike zone. So even if he's not striking someone out, he can get weak contact.
And a swing and a miss. Pulled the string on Gibson there for the first strike. 4-pitch mix for Turbrack. You can throw them all for strikes. No balls, 1 strike. Now 1-1. Fastball, changeup, curveball, slider. Throws them all for strikes. Can throw them any time in the count. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Gibson. Fastball, swung on and foul.
And he has the most swing and miss stuff in the league because he gets so much swings and misses because he has the command of those 4 pitches. Not because maybe it's the nastiest pitch for all 4, but just the elite command of 3 different pitches that are off-speed pitches. It's huge.
1-2 coming here to Gibson. Outside corner. Strike 3 called. 6 up, 6 down for Mr. Turbrack. And he is rolling through the first couple innings. 3 strikeouts. Will Connerly will take you through the middle innings. We're through 2 here from Carshield Field. No score.
This inning brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling, 1-877-258-3601. Or go to the web, www.itcscrap.com. Welcome to the third inning. Scoreless so far. We've had a pitcher's duel on our hand as the two lefties going at it, and they both look good. That first pitch fouled back by the ninth place hitter, Matt Staker. 0-1 the count. Ray on the mound. He struck out the side last inning 3 strikeouts for him through 2 scoreless, working here in the top of the third. That's grounded to the left side, the shortstop. Nice backhanded play. Gibson gets rid of it, and what a play from the shortstop. Gibson, 1 away.
Boy, how easy did he make that look. A nice little subtle slide, pop up, and an absolute cannon onto his cousin at first base, Tommy Woods.
Oh, now back to the top of the lineup. But how about it? Flash the leather one time, why don't you? Here in the top of the third, 1 away, no score. Chase Krogman coming to the plate. Reached on the free pass to start off the ball game. He takes the breaking ball for a strike. Just 1 hit in this ball game. It was Dominic Cusimano who got that hit for the Hoots in the second, where Ray struck out the side. And Josh Ray, he pitches at Missouri Baptist. 2 very stingy left-handers on the mound tonight, Josh Ray and Devin Turbrack. Here in the top of the third, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 away. And the offering to Krogman. Another breaking ball in there for a strike number 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes here with 1 out. Chase Krogman reached in the first on a walk.
How about Go ahead.
Sorry, all you.
Sorry to cut you off there, but
all you.
How about between these 2 lefties this summer coming into play? 26 and a third innings, 2 earned runs between the 2 of them.
And you could say that's pretty decent. Chase Krogman has a decent swing and gets a single up the middle. So a couple singles tonight for the Hoots with 1 out and 1 on. And what the heck, Shane? Great pitching statistics tonight. Man, oh man. Say that again for us.
26 and a third innings between these 2 left-handers. 2 earned runs combined between the 2 of them.
So you could say that they're both doing pretty solid so far this summer, Shane. And they're both on the mound battling. The runs probably coming at a premium tonight.
It would appear so, and that's at least what's happened these first couple of innings.
That's what the historical data has shown us. That's what the first couple innings has shown us. We'll see if the trend continues. We'd like to say the plot would ultimately thicken if we see this storyline continue to develop as the lefties on the mound in a 1 ball, 1 strikeout with 1 out and 1 on. Here in the top of the third, no score. A pitcher's duel is really on the horizon for us, and that's what we've seen through the first couple of innings. A swing and a miss right there from the center fielder, Evan Martin. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Looking for the strikeout here, potentially maybe the ground ball with the middle infield and double play depth, but the speedy left-handed hitting Evan Martin, tough to double up. Same with Chase Krogman, a ton of speed at second. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 1 out. The lefty kicks and delivers the pitch. It's outside and low with the breaking ball. Spar doing a nice job to keep it in front of him. And the count runs to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Evan Martin, the Saluki at SIU. Looking to get the Hoots some runs and get their pitcher Turbrack some run support. Pitch missed outside, now the count runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out on a beautiful evening here at CarShield Field. This is one of the biggest crowds we've had so far this summer. The league started on July 1st. It's now August 1st. League ends August 14th. Hoots looking to get in second place tonight with a victory. The 3-2. It's driven to right field, and that's going to drop for a single in front of Tyler Fogarty, the right fielder. A nice piece of hitting on a full count pitch from Evan Martin. Runners on first and second with 1 out. And now comes up Nick Neville, a doubles machine, Shane.
And you said nice piece of hitting. How many times have we said that with Evan Martin at the plate? This guy just knows how to put the ball in play where there aren't any fielders. I mean, this guy is an absolute hitting machine, and there's a reason this top 3 in the order is set up the way it is. With Krogman, the leading hitter in the league. Martin, excellent contact hitter, good eye at the plate. And then this guy, Nick Neville, an absolute doubles machine. And good speed, good bat, good power.
So Neville comes to the box. Runners on first and second. Ray kicks and delivers. The first offering taken for a ball. Maybe that missed a little low. Looked like it was right at the knees, maybe a little outside. But I'm not going to be one to talk about balls and strikes. You see what happens last game when that happened. could potentially get ejected. 1 ball, no strikes. And that pitch also taken for a ball. A couple close pitches not going the Gems or Mr. Ray's way as the left-hander now falls behind 2 balls and no strikes. And expect Neville to let one rip here in a fastball count with runners on first and second. They have a chance to take the lead here in the top of the third in a scoreless ball game. The 2-0 offering, runners take off. Spar throws it down. It gets to the outfield. Krogman's going to come around to score. And 1-0 Hoots, just like that. Runners took off. The pitch missed for a ball, and Spar missed the mark with the throw. It goes to left field, 1-0. The double steal was in effect, and in a 3-ball count now, Nick Neville hitting with Martin in scoring position. Just 1 out, trying to drive Martin in. The green light definitely in effect here.
Oh, you can say that. No outs here in the 3rd inning. Just got yourself a free run. 1 out. Either way.
Neville drives this one toward right. It's backing. It's at the track. It's at the wall, and it's gone. A home run. Nick Neville in the top of the 3rd, and the Hoots on top. 3-0 now. A 3-0 bomb from Nick Neville. You think he had the green light, Shane?
I would assume so, and all systems go for Nick Neville in a 3-0 count.
Nick Neville lets it eat, and a towering home run. Not the furthest ball you'll ever see, but he skies that one. It's got as high as the light pole and dropped into the bullpen. Nick Neville pulls the ball on the lefty-on-lefty matchup in a 3-0 count. He touches them all 3-0.
That ball went just about as high as it did far. He launched that one up in the air.
And a broken bat. Diving attempt right there by Gentry and left, but a broken back knock for Andrew Keck. Trying to get back to first base as Gibson noticed he took a wide turnaround as that ball was hit toward left. But nonetheless, a single for Andrew Keck. So Dunham comes to the plate. And the Hoots getting some run support for their stingy left-hander, Devin Turbrack. Here in the top of the 3rd, 3 runs already across. And that pitch will get Dunham. Dunham reaches on the hit by pitch. Justin Paulson wants to talk to Josh Ray. He wants to make sure that the wheels don't fall off the wagon as there is some action in the Gems bullpen. Ray going to get a talking to from Paulson. And it looks like they're going to potentially make the call to the bullpen. They will. Justin Paulson says, Josh Ray, your night's complete. After the home run, 3 runs across here in the top of the 3rd, it is. We'll tell you about the reliever next on CCL TV. Josh Sieglitz coming out of the bullpen for the first time this summer. He's had 5 starts. He's thrown 17 and a third, 22 strikeouts, just 9 walks. He now comes out of the bullpen here in the top of the third. Already 3 runs across for the Hoots, thanks to a Nick Neville big fly 2-run shot on a 3-0 count. 1 ball, no strikes. Sieglitz coming out of the bullpen, a sub-3 earned run average and 22 strikeouts and 17 and a third. The right-hander comes set. Runners on first and second, and the pitch is taken for a strike to Colin Bergman, the former CBC standout, and Slew Billiken. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on first and second. It was a ground out to the shortstop, but then a single home run. Another hit and a hit by pitch ultimately knocked the starting pitcher out of the ballgame. Sieglitz comes set. The 1-2 pitch is grounded to the left side. It hits off the base, and it goes into the outfield. That's going to be a knock, and the base is loaded here in the top of the third inning. A 3-0 ball game. 3 runs already across for the Hoots, but they're looking to do more damage, Shane. They don't need much damage, though. Devin Turbrack on the other side, that always seems to play a factor. Who's your starting pitcher on how the offense needs to perform? Well, you think they'd ultimately already have enough, maybe 1 run usually enough for Devin Turbrack, but nonetheless, they have a big opportunity here to pour it on. Bases full of Hoots. We deemed this one a group of Hoots together as a parliament earlier in the summer. That's what it is here early in this game. In the top of the third, a 3-0 ball game. And the first offering, it's taken for a strike. Dominic Cusimano at the plate last time he singled. And that was the first hit of the ball game for the Hoots. But with 5 knocks in this inning, a chance to break things open. Already up by 3 runs with 3 across in the frame. This ball hit well toward right field, backing and tracking for it, and it hits off the wall. 1 run's going to come across the score, and Dunham is rounding, but he's going to have to go back to third. A big round around third, and he's out. So Dunham is cut down at third with the big round after Cusimano notches his second hit of the day, another single, albeit it went to the wall. Andrew Keck comes around to score the 4th run plated this inning. Matt Dunham out on the base paths, and Colin Bergman advances to second. Cusimano at first, Bergman at second here in the top of the third with 2 outs. And that brings up Jamie Young. The man who started the inning is on deck. Matt Staker, he grounded out to the shortstop for the first out this inning. Braden Spar wants to go talk to Sieglitz and have a little conversation, maybe talk about the signs that they want to have on second. Just a quick combo as runners are on first and second here. See how they want to potentially approach Jamie Young. So top of the third, 4 runs across, a big crooked number for the Hoots. Put together a long inning. 6 hits for the Hoots. One of them being a 2-run home run from Nick Neville. That pitch taken for a strike by the right-hander right-hander Sieglitz, as he's working here in relief. He came in for Ray, the left-hander, who went 2 and a third. 0-1 the count now to Jamie Young. Playing right field today for Joe Lincoln. He's ought to be happy with his team this inning. 6 hits and 4 runs here in the top of the third. That breaking ball taken for a strike. Good pitch from Sieglitz, and we've seen him be good all summer long. A 2.8 earned run average with 16 hits allowed in 17 and a third and 22 Ks. He's got good strikeout stuff. He fills up the strike zone. Now coming out of the bullpen, we haven't seen him in this situation yet, but he's a pitch away from getting out of it. The 0-2. Fouled away. We'll do it again. Runner on first is Cusimano. Runner on second is Colin Bergman. 2 on and 2 out here in the top of the third with 4 runs already across on 6 Hoots hits. The 9th hitter up this inning, Jamie Young, the right fielder. The right-hander delivers, and it's popped up towards center field. It should be an easy catch. Kylan Cunningham corrals it, and that's the third out. A couple stranded, but 4 across. Nick Neville with a 2-run shot to right field. We send it to the last of the third on CCL TV. After the Hoots score 4 in the top frame of the third, we head to the bottom frame. Devin Turbrack takes the mound, and he's impressed like he has all summer long. 6 up, 6 down, 7, 8, 9 due up. First pitch in there for a strike against Tyler Fogarty, the right fielder. Devin Turbrack, so impressive so far this summer, just 2 earned runs allowed. Making his 5th start of the season. That pitch taken for a strike right there. Another 0-2 count. 6 up, 6 down for the stingy lefty. He has 3 strikeouts. Went 8 innings last time on the mound. Here in these 7-inning ball games in the Car-Shield Collegiate League, the score was still tied, and they spoiled a great outing. The check swing down there to first base umpire. He says he didn't go. 1 ball and 2 strikes. He struck out a dozen last time and didn't walk a soul. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Tyler Fogarty, the right fielder. The kick and delivery, a swing and a miss. Turbrack gets the strikeout. They throw it around the horn. Another strikeout for Devin Turbrack. Man, he's been incredible all summer long, and he picks up his 4th strikeout. Now 36 strikeouts this summer and just 2 walks. Now Kyle Franklin, the third baseman, comes to the plate. You gave Devin Turbrack a 4-0 lead. It's going to be tough for the Gems here in the bottom of the third. Only a swing and a miss right there on the painted fastball from Turbrack. 0-1 the count, but Turbrack working with a 4-0 lead in the last of the third inning. Is yet to surrender a base runner yet tonight. He's got to feel comfortable. He hasn't got run support so far this summer. In his 5th start here, he's been the most impressive pitcher in the league. Another swing and a miss right there from Franklin, but he hasn't picked up a victory yet. Now getting that run support, we're excited to see how he can deliver and execute to these hitters here. In the bottom of the third, a 0-2 count to Franklin with 1 away. The pitch, it's fouled away.
And when Mr. Turbrack's on the mound, you can tell those relievers, hey, you guys, if you don't have the night off, it's going to be an easy night for you. He's going to go deep in this ball game. He's not going to throw a lot of pitches. Easy night to be a reliever for the Hoots.
Relief pitchers likely in the sneakers. 0-2, the count, the pitch. It's fouled away once again. A couple 0-2 foul balls from Kyle Franklin, the third baseman.
And they probably won't take off those sneakers till like the 5th or 6th inning.
And they potentially don't need to take them off at all. Devin Turbrack going the distance. Last time he is really efficient with his pitch count, but we'll likely see, Shane, what happens. The 0-2 is grounded to the left side, and a knock for Kyle Franklin, first base runner to reach. But the stirring in the bullpen typically doesn't happen until the latter stages of the ballgame when Devin Turbrack's on the mound, and Joe Lincoln has to love it because the pitching staff is really deep. They have excellent arms, but it takes stress off the bullpen when you can have a guy go consistently deep like he has in 5 starts so far this summer. And now Turbrack making his 5th start, working with a runner on base. A swing and a miss from Jacob Gentry, the left fielder. Here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, a 4-0 ball game. Here in the bottom of the 3rd, Turbrack working as the southpaw comes set. Kyle Franklin had the single, 1 on and 1 out. Turbrack going to take a look over there as the southpaw with the pickoff move, but Franklin easily back. A beautiful night here. The fans happy to see the Hoots go to the southpaw, Devin Turbrack, facing off against Gentry. The Hoots looking for their 9th win of the summer. If they could get the victory, it would be a mark that is 2nd in the standings here in the Car Shield Collegiate League in 2020. On a beautiful evening, the first day of August, we've got 2 weeks left in this league, but the standings are tight. 3 games separate 6 teams. Devin Turbrack with another swing and a miss. Now comes set for the 0-2 with 1 runner on and 1 out. The pitch is drilled to the right side. It's going to get down. And another knock for Gentry. Back-to-back knocks off Devin Turbrack on an 0-2 pitch from Jacob Gentry. And runners on 2nd and 3rd now against the left-hander. So things get going and stirring at the bottom of the order. The 8th place hitter, Kyle Franklin, with a single now on 3rd base. And Jacob Gentry with an 0-2 knock gets on 2nd with a double. That flips things over back to the top of the lineup in the bottom of the 3rd inning. What can Devin Turbrack do? How can he respond here? In the bottom of the 3rd with 2 runners in scoring position, his team has a 4-0 lead. And they surrendering back-to-back singles, the first 2 base runners that have reached tonight. But now the top of the lineup, Tommy Woods, is up. Takes the first pitch for a strike, 0-1 the count. Big at-bat here. Can the Gems, after surrendering 4 runs in the top of the 3rd, make any type of response in the bottom frame? They trail 4-0, but with 1 out, runners on 2nd and 3rd for Tommy Woods. The pitch taken for strike 2, 0-2 the count. Tommy Woods had an 0-2 count to start off the bottom of the 1st and then lined out to left field. Now in an 0-2 count in the bottom of the 3rd. With runners on 2nd and 3rd, looking for the Gems' first runs of the night. They trail by 4. Turbrack comes set, getting the signs from Keck. The lefty delivers, and it's drilled to the shortstop. Play by Neville. What a pick. Throw over to first, and a highlight reel play by Nick Neville. 1 run does come across, but a huge play by the shortstop. It's a 4-1 game, as Tommy Woods is ultimately retired on that one with a 6-3, but run batted in. And now there's 2 outs with a runner on 3rd base. Tate Wargo coming to the box.
And Tommy will take the RBI, but he's got to be thinking, what do I have to do to buy a hit? Nick Neville, the last ball game, made a couple of errors, but uncharacteristic for him. And what does he do tonight? Flashes a leather. I mean, talk about a bounce-back game in the field.
He's so sure-handed, and Nick Neville shows it right there. First offering to Wargo misses low. 1 ball and no strikes. 2 outs, runner on 3rd base. 4-1 ball game, bottom of the 3rd. Turbrack comes set, and the pitch is in there for a strike. Turbrack with the slider. 1 ball and 1 strike. Turbrack features a fastball, changeup, curveball, slider mix. 4 pitches that typically all live in the strike zone. Getting the signs from Keck. Runner on 3rd is Gentry. He hit a double. And a broken bat. Coming up on it is Neville. Neville throws it across the diamond and safe. Neville was quick, but Tate Wargo was quicker with an infield single. Wargo safe on the play, and 2 runs across now against Turbrack. Here in the bottom of the 3rd, 2 runs he had allowed all season long, and now 2 runs allowed in the bottom of the 3rd against the Gems. It's a 4-2 ball game in the last of the 3rd. Now Ryan Malzahn, the designated hitter who struck out to end the 1st, comes up to the plate. Turbrack comes set. Here with 2 outs, already 2 across. A swing and a miss from Malzahn, 0-1 the count.
And how about the bottom of the order, getting things started? Franklin with a base hit, Gentry with the double. I mean, if you're going to score off Devin Turbrack, the bottom of your order has to put together, if not good at bats, string together a couple of base hits and turn things back over the top of your lineup. I mean, these 2 runs have scored on a infield ground ball on a base hit.
Malzahn hits this one to the wall. He's going to take a big round around first, and now runners on the corners. Not something we say often, but the Gems have got to Devin Turbreck here in the bottom of the third. Already 2 across and 2 on with 2 out in a 4-2 ball game. His team leads by a couple runs, but Joe Lincoln going to have a mound visit with Devin Turbreck. The first time I believe we've seen that this summer. He hasn't faced any adversity all summer long, and now surrendering a couple runs. Indeed, he surrendered a couple runs last outing, but that was in the first inning and then threw 7 shutout. But now in the bottom of the third in a 4-2 ball game, Joe Lincoln going to calm him down. Runners on the corners, 2 outs, and now the cleanup hitter, Kylan Cunningham, coming up.
And the Gems have already faced Turbreck once this summer, so you wonder maybe if they pick something up, maybe Turbreck his stuff's maybe getting a little flat here in the third inning. The first couple innings he looked like the typical Devin Turbreck we've been used to seeing, and then all of a sudden this inning, a couple of base hits from the bottom of the order, and when the bottom of the order starts hitting, the top of the order's like, wow.
He's still throwing strikes, but you mentioned it, the stuff, it got a little flatter this inning, and with 0-2, giving up knocks on 2-strike counts. I mean, he throws a lot of strikes.
Maybe too many strikes this inning.
That first pitch is fouled toward the Hoot dugout, 0-1. Kylan Cunningham at the plate. Runners on the corners here in the bottom of the third, 0-1 count. A 4-2 Hoots lead with the Gems looking for more. That pitch taken outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. The Gems are ready with 4 hits this inning. After Devin Turbreck went 6 up, 6 down the first 2 innings. In the bottom of the third, the Gems have already tagged him with a couple. Looking for more. They trail by a few runs. Swing and a miss right there from Kylan Cunningham. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Devin Turbreck a strike away from stranding a couple and keeping this Hoots lead at 2 runs. Facing up against the cleanup hitter, Kylan Cunningham. Turbreck comes set. Kicks the 1-2. Is grounded to the right side. That's going to get through the infield. Tate Wargo's going to score. Malzahn's going to get to third. And now 5 hits this inning. Kylan Cunningham trying to take second. And he's safe. Now runners on second and third. And the train moves along this inning for the Gems. A miserable inning for the Hoots so far. After they had 4 runs in the top of the third, 3 come across for the Gems in the bottom frame.
Man, I don't think anybody could have saw this coming. How about 5 hits in this inning? I mean, I wish I had an explanation for Turbreck going 6 up, 6 down, and then giving up a 3 spot. But to be honest with you, I really don't. I mean, maybe he's throwing, in my opinion, I guess, too many strikes and 2-strike counts. He's putting the ball more over the plate than he should be. But credit to these Gems hitters. They're putting some good swings, the best swings we've seen off Turbreck all summer long. That's no debate.
5 hits in the bottom of the third for the Gems off of Turbreck. He'd been the stingiest pitcher in the league, leading the league in virtually every single category coming into this ball game. He's on the mound now, and he's broke a sweat here in the bottom of the third, giving up 5 hits. A 4-3 ball game. His Hoots still have the lead, but runners on second and third. Braden Spar at the plate. He takes that pitch for a ball, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Spar at the plate with a couple runners in scoring position. That go-ahead run on second base in scoring position in Kylan Cunningham. A 4-3 ball game. 90 feet away is the tying run. A swing and a miss, and Turbreck works out of it. But now before 3 come across, we've got a nail-biter. We are through 3. It's a 4-3 ball game. We send it to the 4th on CCL TV. Top of the fourth, the 4-3 ball game after a couple scoreless frames to start off this night. It was 4 runs in the top of the third for the Hoots and a response by the Gems of 3. A 4-3 ball game here in the top of the fourth. And the reliever Josh Sieglitz, in his first full inning of work, he came in relief of Josh Ray last inning and picked up a couple outs to get out of the frame. And a swing and a miss right there from Matt Staker. 1 ball and 1 strike the count here in the top of the fourth. Trying to keep things where they are out of the bullpen. He got a couple outs, made quick work of the Hoots, and a good swing and a miss right there on a changeup. A 1-2 count. And then his Gems come around and respond with 3 runs. It's a 1-run ball game. So it seems like for the Gems, obviously going to the bullpen quickly. We saw them use 5 pitchers a few games ago, so you wonder how deep that bullpen is, as that's a pitch that's missed outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Sieglitz has all 5 games he's pitched so far, besides this one, he started, so it's the first time coming out of the bullpen for him.
Yeah, he can provide a lot of length, and he likely will do that for Justin Paulson tonight. That's a ground ball to the shortstop. Sure-handed Gibson, fire across the diamond, 1 away. Gibson came up on that ball, and man, he's made some of the best play. Earlier, that was a great play he made. It made it look so easy, just diving, backhanding that play. And again, when the ball's hit to that shortstop, Josh Gibson, you can pencil it in as a 6-3 typically all the time.
Most of the time.
He's sure-handed the Jeffco infielders. Got a good glove, got a good bat as well, hitting in the middle of the Gems order. A doubles machine leading the team. This ball's hit well toward right field. Under it is Fogarty, and he'll catch it for the second out.
A little top spin, caught it a little off the end of the bat. Looked like it was going to be something off the bat, but Krogman a little bit out on his front foot, just caught off the end of the bat. And a little more top spin than he would have liked to have that ball carry on out of here.
So Evan Martin coming to the plate. 2 outs here in the top of the fourth inning, a 4-3 ball game. They shift Martin just a little bit. Sieglitz comes set, 2 quick outs, and the first kick and deliver to Martin, taken for strike 1. 0-1 the count, 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. Evan Martin, the SIU Saluki, battling here against Josh Sieglitz, the pitcher from Missouri Baptist. The kick and delivery on the 0-1 is grounded and the bat shattered.
Splintered,
much better description, as it pieces go everywhere up the first base line, and Martin gets a new piece of lumber. He'll apply a little pine tar to it and get back there. The umpire goes and picks up the chipped piece of wood there when the bat got splintered, Shane, on that 0-2 pitch.
He was so far out in front of it that he caught it off the end of the bat, and it just splintered right on the barrel. Just like 2 little thin pieces just flew up, and a little more of the traditional broken bat than what we saw in the first game.
Traditional broken bat, as it comes from a pitch and not at the hands of a hitter, smashing it into the turf. 1 ball and 2 strikes, which we saw last game after a player struck out. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the fourth, the 1-run ball game. Sieglitz, in his first inning of work, has already got a couple outs. Bullpen last inning and got a couple quick outs, and now seems like he's going to work a 1-2-3 inning as Gibson catches the ball on the mound. He says, "Who put that mound here?" As Seeks with the whole infield was crowded around the mound. And Gibson will catch it, the sure-handed shortstop. We send it to the last of the fourth. It's a 4-3 ball game. You're watching CCL TV.
Canadian.
Here in the bottom of the fourth, the 4-3 ball game. Turbrack's first offering to Josh Gibson, a swing and a miss right there. Turbrack last time on the mound surrendered 3 runs to the Gems after the Hoots scored 4 in the top of the third. Here in the bottom of the fourth, holding on to a 4-3 lead, Devin Turbrack seemed a little uncharacteristic of the southpaw. Coming into this ball game, he had 32 strikeouts and 2 walks. He's added 4 to that total, no walks, but 5 hits last inning. Allowed 3 Gems runs and another hit right there. That ball smoked into the gap by Gibson. He's going to have extra bases. He's rounding first, patrolling into second. Big round around second, but takes a couple steps back, and he'll be on second with a double. Another double for Josh Gibson. He leads the team, and, man, they move him down from first place in the order, move him down to the middle of the order, and he still produces, but it's good for Justin Paulson because he can get doubles and extra base hits with more guys on base. His team leading 7th double of the summer. Now a runner on second base against Devin Turbrack here in the bottom of the fourth inning, a 4-3 ball game.
You think the Gems have gotten the memo that Turbrack throws a lot of strikes, and they're swinging early in the count, swinging at a lot of strikes and putting some solid contact. Turbrack's just missing over the middle of the plate right now. That's all you can really say.
0-1 the count after the first pitch, strike to Fogarty. Turbrack trying to work around a leadoff double. That pitch foul back. The tying run on second base here in the bottom of the fourth inning. In a 4-3 ball game, 7 hits for the Hoots tonight on 4 runs, 6 hits on 3 runs. 5 of the hits coming in the bottom of the third when the Gems scored 3 runs. And they trail 4-3, but that tying run in scoring position after the leadoff double. The 0-2 pitch here. Gibson's off. Keck throws it down, and Gibson is gunned down at third. A huge throw right there from Andrew Keck. The first out made at third base. And a 1-2 count still to Tyler Fogarty.
Absolutely perfect throw. It was going to take a good throw. Maybe not necessarily a perfect one, but Keck absolutely put that right on the money. You cannot ask for a better throw.
So 1 away, nobody on, and the 1-2 is grounded away to the left side. The first 2 innings, both teams held scoreless. 4 runs in the top of the third for the Hoots, 3 in the bottom frame for the Gems. And Sieglitz went 1-2-3, the relief pitcher in the top of the fourth for the Gems. And here in the bottom of the fourth, Turbrack, after the leadoff double, Gibson cut down on the base pass and gets a strike 3 called on the inside black. Tyler Fogarty set down on strikes, 2 outs, and now Kyle Franklin comes to the plate. He really started everything off, Shane, and back in the third when 3 runs were scored last time the Gems were at the plate as a team. He had a single, and that was the first of 5 that the Gems had in that 3-run inning. He was the first base runner of the night. He's first pitch swinging. That's to Martin in center field, and he catches it. So 3 outs, the leadoff double, but caught stealing, a strikeout and a pop out to center. We're through 4. 4-3 ball game. Hoots on top on CCL TV. Another one. Neville touches them all, and the Hoots up 5-3.
A little less hang time on that one, but no less distance. Probably a little more distance. Boy, this guy can swing the bat, can he? My word.
The second home run in as many at-bats from Neville. Man, Nick Neville continuing to produce with the extra base hits. Another home run for the shortstop. And now Andrew Keck coming to the plate. Swing and a miss on the first offering. He continues to produce time and time again. A 2-run shot in the third in a 4-run inning for the Hoots. They surrendered 3 runs in the bottom frame of the third, but here in the top of the fifth, they notch another one. Now on top 5-3. The right-hander delivers. Keck, the check swing, but he did go around. 1-2 count. One ball, 2 strikes, and the trainer now coming out to check on Keck. On that check swing, sometimes tough to hold up fully. Just getting tended to right there. But how about Nick Neville, Shane?
Man, this guy, every time he's at the plate, just puts a good swing on a baseball. Sometimes it might be a foul ball, but he's going to hit a ball hard at least once every single at-bat. He's going to get a good pitch to his liking. He's usually going to do damage with it. This guy, what more can we say about him?
Look at his slugging percentage. Look at the numbers. Doubles machine we talk about. And he comes out today, he's 2 for 3 with a couple home runs. And he just has an incredible story, Shane. The first time he hit a home run, it brought tears to his mom watching at home. And he's got family all across the country watching him. And everybody's got to keep an eye on Nick Neville. He's been incredible this summer, hitting .333 so far this summer. That's not 1 for 3. That's 14 for 42 coming into the ball game. And he now has 3 home runs on the summer. Andrew Keck seems to be good back in the box. He grounds this one to the third baseman, and the throw is over the head. He had a ton of time as Andrew Keck was just jogging down the first base line, but the throw goes wild and an error on the third baseman, Kyle Franklin.
Just a case of a ball sailing on him. That's going to happen, but it's just unfortunate there for Franklin. Keck wasn't running hard out of the box, and understandably so, but that's just a case of a ball sailing on him. Not much else to say.
And by the way that Keck was running down the baseline, I think they want to tend to him and see if he's okay to just run at all. Kind of nursing that injury as you're going down the line, Shane. You know you're probably going to be out, but he wasn't out because there was an overthrow. So now on first, they want to do more checking on him and making sure he's okay. Here in the top of the fifth, the 4-3 ball game. Man, we saw a couple pitchers tonight. Shane, you said that statistic, the 2 combined, just 2 earned runs on the summer. We have a 5-3 ball game, 8 hits for the Hoots, 6 hits for the Gems, and already into the bullpen for the Gems in the third inning. Devin Turbrecht's thrown 4, but he's let up 3 runs. Those 3 more than he's let up all summer long prior to this ball game. And it all happened in 1 inning on 5 hits for the Gems. That pitch taken for a strike. Matt Dunham, the slew commit into the plate. Into the box, rather nothing and 1 to count. On a beautiful night here, the first day of August, we've got a 5-3 ball game. Sieglitz comes set. Runner on first is Keck. He reached on the air. Neville led off this inning with a home run. That pitch missed low. Top of the fifth, 1 on, nobody out. The Hoots lead by 2 runs. Looking to make it more no action in either bullpen. Turbrecht's worked through 4 innings. Now Sieglitz comes set, working out of the bullpen for the first time this summer, a foul ball. And Sieglitz, he came in, got a couple outs after Ray was struggling in the third, had a 1-2-3 fourth, but Nick Neville greets him in the fifth with a home run. His second of the ball game. So Keck on first, in a 1-2 count, Dunham at the plate. The 1-2, taken for strike 3. Once again, Dunham is rung up on strikes tonight.
And when you come out of the bullpen, it's a totally different mentality than when you're starting. When you're starting, it's your game. It's your game until you come out. When you're a reliever, you have to come in and sometimes clean up somebody else's mess. That's not something Sieglitz has done a whole lot in the recent past. He's primarily a starter at Missouri Baptist. He's only started in this league, so a bit of some uncharted waters. And the first couple innings went smoothly. Now he gives up a home run, but he's a starter. He's used to facing adversity throughout the course of a game, and I would expect him to bounce back pretty nicely.
Swing and a miss right there from Bergman. So Neville hit the home run, and then Keck reached on the air. With one out here in the top of the fifth and an 0-2 count. Sieglitz comes set and delivers the 0-2. It's popped up toward the right side. Tommy Woods, the first baseman, tracking for it, but it's out of play and to the concourse. Hoots lead by 2 runs. Nick Neville started off the fifth inning with a home run, his second of the ball game. Andrew Keck reached on an air. Matt Dunham went struck out looking. And here in the top of the fifth, 1 run, a run, 1 out. Bergman in the box. He calls for time. Sieglitz now getting the signs from Braden Spar. An 0-2 count. Pitch missed low. It scoots away from Spar for a second. Spar, a catcher at Southeast Missouri State. Sieglitz, a pitcher at Missouri Baptist. And Bergman, an outfielder for the Billikens of St. Louis University. A 2-strike count. Sieglitz steps off, so Bergman calls time. Sieglitz steps off. Important pitch here with 2 strikes. The Hoots lead by a couple runs. Sieglitz trying to keep it where it is in the top of the fifth. The right-hander comes set and delivers. That ball skied into the air. Gentry should have it. He's camped under it and left, and he'll catch that one for the second out. 2 away here, 1 on in the top of the fifth inning. A 5-3 ball game.
And that's a lot harder play than it looks, because a lot of times in this dark night sky, when a ball is hit that high, the ball will literally disappear to where you literally cannot see the ball. But you can read the ball off the bat. You can judge about where it's going to go. By the time you can pick it up, these outfielders have taken enough fly balls to where they know about where the ball is going to land. So that one's it's not a hard play, but it's a little bit harder than it might look just because of the trajectory on the baseball.
The first offering in there for a strike from Sieglitz facing off against Dominic Cusimano. Cusimano 2 for 2. He has a couple singles. He had the Hoots' first hit in the second. Here in the fifth, and his third at bat, already with a couple singles. Can he make it a 3-hit night? Takes that pitch for a strike. Sieglitz now ahead, 0-2 in the count. 0-2 count, 2 outs, 1 runner on base. Here in the top of the fifth, the Hoots lead by 2 runs. 5-3 is the score. The Hoots have had 8 hits tonight. They've already got to the Gems bullpen. They got there in the third inning. Sieglitz, the right-hander, delivers. Pitch missed low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. No action in either bullpen. We're here in the top of the fifth. Sieglitz trying to strand a runner, keep things where they are. The Gems just trail by 2 runs. The right-hander comes set and delivers. The 1-2 is swing and a miss by Cusimano. Braden Spar throws it down to Woods at first, and that's how the top of the fifth ends. We send it to the last of the fifth. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV.
It's new.
Here in the bottom of the fifth inning, a 5-3 ball game. Hoots on top by a couple runs. Devin Turbrack now takes the mound, the left-hander. Working into the fifth inning, he went 8 innings last time on the mound, struck out 12, no walks, and he's continued to increase that strikeout to walk ratio today. The ground out to the shortstop. No! They say Dunham was off the bag. Gentry with the ground ball to the shortstop, but they say Dunham was not on first base, and Gentry reaches against Turbrack here in the bottom of the fifth. But we are talking about his strikeout to walk ratio. 38 strikeouts, just 2 walks on the summer, here making his 5th start. But the ground ball over there to Neville. Somehow they say the throw pulled Dunham off the bag, and Gentry reaches to start off the bottom of the 5th, a 5-3 Hoots lead. Ball's drilled down the left field line, foul, 0-1 the count. Tommy Woods swinging at the first offering, not something you always see. So Gentry reaches on the air. Got to call it an error on the shortstop with the first baseman coming off the bag. We're not sure how or why. It looked like an out from here, but the first baseman deems him off. Tommy Woods takes that next pitch low. Missing downstairs with the breaking stuff is Turbrack. 1 ball and 1 strike here against the leadoff hitter, Tommy Woods.
And you look at Woods' line, he's 0 for 2, but he has hit 2 balls on the screws. A line drive to left field, a line drive right at the shortstop, Neville, who made a fantastic play to rob him of a base hit.
And that ball gets away from Keck. Gentry is going to advance to second base. And you mentioned it, Shane. In an 0-2 count in the first inning, he drilled a ball to left field and then was behind in the count once again, hit a ball hard to the shortstop, Neville, who made a great play. With runners on second and third, he had a run batted in there. The first RBI for the Gems, who scored 3. Another hard hit ball by Woods, and he has himself a knock. The first knock of the night for Woods. He gets on base. Runners on the corners. Nobody out as Tate Wargo comes to the plate. In the last of the fifth inning, a 5-3 ball game, Devin Turbrack. He's been nails all summer long. We mentioned it, 38 strikeouts, just 2 walks to this point here, making his 5th start. But before tonight, he just had 2 earned runs. But he surrendered 3 in the bottom frame of the third, and the Gems threatening to get more with runners on the corners and nobody out. The first offering to Wargos is swing and a miss. 0-1 is the count. So Turbrack, the left-hander, working with runners on the corners, nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. He has a 2-run lead, 5-3 ball game. So he comes set, working with Keck. Woods at first, and Turbrack going to take a peek at him with the move over from the left-hander, but he gets back. Woods gets back standing, that is. No chance. Little action in the bullpen for the Hoots. Another left-hander getting hot. 0-1 is the count. Runners on the corners. Nobody out the pitch, just swing and a miss. And now a 0-2 count to Tate Wargo. Devin Turbrack's had the strikeout stuff prevalent so far this summer. 90 feet away, Jacob Gentry with nobody out. We'll make it a 1-run ball game with an 0-2 count. Turbrack looking to get a strikeout. Woods at first. The kick and delivery. Turbrack going to take another peek over at Woods. So Tate Wargo, the right-handed hitting second baseman, he's 1 for 2. Singled and came around to score in the third, where the Gems scored 3 runs. That's all they've had so far this game. In the bottom of the 5th, they trail 5-3. But runners on the corners, nobody out. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, and Turbrack gets a big strikeout of Wargo, 1 away, and now he's 1 pitch away if he can induce a ground ball double play as the 3-hitter Ryan Malzahn comes to the plate with runners on the corners and 1 out. Gems trail by 2. That tying run on first base, and Tommy Woods has speed. Anything hitting the gap, he could potentially score. So Turbrack comes set. Kicks and delivers the first offering to Malzahn. A swing and a miss. Malzahn aggressive, but that pitch is low at well below the strike zone, but good breaking pitch to fool Malzahn. 0-1 the count. Turbrack working from the stretch, taking a deep breath, worked in more stressful situations tonight than we've seen all summer long. The pitch is fouled back, nothing into the count now. Jacob Gentry reached on an error by Neville to start off the inning. Then a single by Woods had runners on the corners and nobody out, but a strikeout, a big strikeout of Tate Wargo. Makes it one away, and now 0-2 count to Ryan Malzahn. Turbrack looking for that second out. The 0-2 is fouled back. Malzahn staying alive.
And Turbrack might not have his best stuff tonight, might not be his best outing, but he still has a lead, a 2-run lead. That's the most important thing. That's the most important thing you have to preserve. You don't have to go out there and throw a shutout every time. That'd be nice, but you don't have to every time. Just keep the lead intact and get yourself a ground ball or a strikeout here.
And the fourth time that Turbrack's going to go over and check on Tommy Woods. Every time he's got back to first standing. Wants to keep an eye on the speedy Tommy Woods at first base. Nothing into the count. One away. Runners on the corners. A 5-3 ball game. Hoots have the lead, but in the bottom of the fifth, the Gems at the plate looking to tie the ball game. Pitch missed upstairs. Turbrack tried to climb the ladder, but it was well above the strike zone. Malzahn takes it for the first ball. 1 ball in, 2 strikes. The 3-hitter and designated hitter Ryan Malzahn, who's been the best hitter so far for the Gems this summer. Can he come through clutch in the bottom of the fifth? We saw him hit a go-ahead grand slam when the Gems were down to their final strike in the 7th inning. We know he has the clutch factor. We wouldn't call this anywhere near that type of clutchness, but with the tying run on first base in the bottom of the fifth, things starting to get late against a stingy left-handed pitcher, Devin Turbrack, it would be huge. The offering is grounded to the shortstop. This could be 2, 6, 4, 3. Devin Turbrack gets the ground ball, double play to get out of it. 5-3 the score after 5 innings of play. The Hoots on top by a couple runs. You're watching CCL TV.
Jamie Young, Matt Staker, then the top of the order, Chase Krogman. Hoots with a 5-3 lead as we head to the 6th. Devin Turbrack, a massive double play ball. Huge, ginormous, whatever adjective you want to use. It was a big one. The tying run was on base, and he induced the double play off the bat of Ryan Malzahn. And now Jamie Young facing Josh Stieglitz, and a strike in there, 0-1. Young 0 for 2 on the evening, a strikeout and a fly ball to center field. For Stieglitz so far, 2 2/3. 40 pitches as Young skies that one down the right field line. 3 Gems converge. It's falling, and it's caught by Tate Wargo near the wall. Wow, what a play. Against the wall where it juts out there down the right field line in foul territory. You couldn't see it on our stream, but Tay Wargo, an over-the-shoulder catch. And what a play for the first out. So Sieglitz now through 4 complete, 3 hits, 1 earned run, couple of strikeouts, no walks. The 1 home run to Nick Neville, the lone blemish on the scorecard for Josh Sieglitz. No balls, 1 strike to Matt Staker, a couple of 6-3 ground outs for Staker. One ball, 1 strike to Matt Staker as Sieglitz drops a breaking ball in there. Staker trying to get things going for the top of the order, Chase Krogman. The 1-1 fouled away and into the parking lot. One ball, 2 strikes. The offering from Sieglitz. In the dirt, went with the breaking ball. Went fastball, breaking ball, fastball, breaking ball. See what he goes to here, 2-2. 5-3 Hoots lead. They're trying to go over 500, the Gems. Trying to crawl their way out of 6th place. Went with the breaking ball that's chopped up the middle. Josh Gibson on the right side of second base, and a fine play for the second out. The middle infield flashing the leather for the Gems here in the 6th. So Staker is 0 for 3 with 3 ground outs to Josh Gibson and now Chase Krogman. Sieglitz looking for a 1-2-3 6th. He got a 1-2-3 4th, gave up the home run to Nick Neville. Got out of it unscathed after that. Just 1 base runner, and now he's retired 5 straight. And Chase Krogman skies it straight up in the air and foul. Krogman 1 for 2 on the evening. Stole the base back in the 3rd and scored a run. Reached on a walk to lead off the ball game. And his last at bat, a fly out to right field. No balls, 1 strike. 1-1. Chase Krogman, the leading hitter in the league, coming into play at .413. He's got a base hit tonight. Hitting in the leadoff spot for Joe Lincoln. And he looks at a breaking ball in there for a called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sieglitz trying to retire his 6th straight hitter. The 1 ball, 2 strike offering to Chase Krogman is hit softly and foul and out of play down the 3rd base line.
Jen, you mentioned it. He's been a mainstay in the lineup, leading hitter in the league in terms of batting average coming into tonight. But he's not a guy we've talked about a ton just because we expect it so much from him being a professional ball player. But he's big time, consistently getting a couple hits every night.
And he's going to get another one here, a base hit up the middle. He's 2 for 3.
And I guess if you can notch in a couple hits every night, that's why you can be one of the top hitters in the league, hitting over 400. Pretty good mark for the White Sox 34th rounder last year.
He's got a 2 for 3 night. He's been on base 3 times. And now the SIU Saluki, Evan Martin with 2 away. Hoots looking for some insurance here in the 6th. Nothing like some good insurance late in these ball games. They have a 2-run lead, but looking for more. And that's in the dirt. That kicks away from Spar. And Krogman might take 2 bases. He's going to try for 3rd. Spar can't pick it up. And Krogman takes 2 bases on the wild pitch. That ball scooted all the way almost to the end of the Hoots dugout down the first base line. And Spar had to go a long way to get to it. And Krogman hustling all the way, got a good jump and went all the way around to 3rd.
He's very quick, Shane. He's got a ton of tools that are so projectable. He has power. We know he can hit for average. He's a ton of speed, a great arm in the outfield, Shane. He's a big-time player.
It's fouled away by Martin, and he's had those tools since he was coming out of junior high, going to Liberty High School. I mean, This guy has just about anywhere he's gone, he's been one of the best players on the field, anywhere he's played.
Until you get to professional baseball, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, and excited to follow along his career. It's been so fun to watch him in the Car Shield Collegiate League this summer, all summer long.
There's a good breaking ball from Sieglitz in for a strike, so another run just 90 feet away, but Sieglitz just one pitch away from straining him there. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Evan Martin. Sieglitz trying to work through another scoreless inning. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 3 strikeouts on the evening for Sieglitz, and he strands the runner at third base. We're through 5.5. To the bottom of the 6th we go. Gems trail it by 2. It's 5-3. On the pitch for the Hoots is the left-hander out of Central Arkansas, Brady Walker. He's on to pitch the bottom of the 6th. The Hoots with a 5-3 lead, and Kylan Cunningham greets him with a fly ball to right field, but not quite deep enough. 1 pitch, 1 out, as Young puts that one away in right field. Brady Walker, 12 2/3 so far this summer. And he's given up just 1 earned run, a .55 earned run average. 16 strikeouts, 2 walks on the summer so far. So between these 2 Hoots pitchers, we'll add those up for you. How about 55 strikeouts and 4 walks between Turbrack and Walker after Turbrack's outing tonight.
You run 2 guys out there, and you have a good chance to win. Likely Walker to finish this one.
An 0-2 count here to Braden Spar. Good to see Brady's parents here this evening, coming all the way from Kansas to watch their son pitch. No balls, 2 strikes. The Olathe, Kansas native pitching here to Braden Spar with his parents watching. The 0-2. Inside. So 5 innings for Devin Turbrack. 69 pitches, 7 hits, 3 runs, 7 Ks, and no walks. He has not walked more than one guy in any outing this year, and there's a strikeout for Walker. 2 up, 2 down. And now Josh Gibson with 2 away. Gems still trailing at 5-3. All their runs came in the 3rd inning. That made it 4-3, and then Nick Neville popped a home run in the 5th to make it 5-3, and that's where he stood since. And there's a first pitch and a ball to Josh Gibson. 1 for 2 on the evening, hit a double to right center, and then was caught stealing third base. And that's chopped to third, and a sliding play from his knees. No chance to get Gibson. Great effort at third there by Colin Bergman. So an infield single for Gibson. He's now 2 for 3. And give the Gems 8 hits on the evening. 5 runs on 9 hits, 1 error for the Hoots, 3 runs on 8 hits, 2 errors for the Gems. And there's a strike on the inside corner to Tyler Fogarty. Josh Gibson on first after the infield single, the 0-1 upstairs. And how about these left-handers? The Hoots are rolling out here this evening. Turbrack and then Brady Walker, to the premier left-handed arms in the league. Right back-to-back. And that's chopped foul.
I mean, yeah, the Gems got to be excited that Devin Turbrack gets out of the game. Even though he didn't have his best stuff, I'd still say one of the best pitchers so far we've seen all summer long. And is they're glad to not see Turbrack, but then you got to face this guy. Tough task for the Gems, trailing by a couple runs as we get to the later innings, Shane.
A 4 spot in the 3rd for the Hoots, and then 3 in the bottom half, so 7 of the 8 runs in this ball game so far came in that 3rd inning. Just the home run by Neville since then, and that has been it. Brady Walker trying to put up a goose egg here in the 6th. The 2-2. Foul ball. Try it again. So Fogarty working a good at-bat here with 2 outs. He's struck out the first 2 times he's been at the plate, looking to avoid the hat trick. 7 strikeouts for Turbrack, 1 in the inning so far for Walker. Gibson on first after the infield single. Outside. That one just a bit off the outside corner, and we'll try it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Tyler Fogarty. Runner Gibson at first will be off with the pitch. Foul ball. Good battle brewing here with 2 outs in the 6th. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming here to Fogarty. Walker has a sign ready for the 3-2. Foul ball. How about this at-bat by Fogarty with 2 outs against a tough left-handed arm, Brady Walker, trying to extend things to Kyle Franklin. Another 3-2 coming from the left-hander. Hit out to short. Neville's going to have to go to first. And a strong throw on to Dunham. A scoreless 6th for Brady Walker. And his parents approve. And Joe Lincoln and the Hoots approve as we head to the top of the 7th. Hoots would look to add on to their 5-3 lead. Part of the Hoots order here in the top of the 7th. Nick Neville, Andrew Keck, Matt Dunham. Against the right-hander who is headed to Missouri S&T, Kyle Fowler. 4th time we've seen him. He's worked 5 innings so far this summer, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. 5 hits, 3 earned runs given up as Nick Neville greets him with a base hit. And Neville with a base hit to go along with his 2 homers. Have a night, Nick Neville.
I mean, he puts a great swing. I mean, we talk about he's so confident. 3-0, he's going off with that home run, Shane, the first home run. The next time up, drilling it to right field, he just consistently, like you mentioned, he kind of hit the nail on the head. Even if he doesn't get a hit, he's always seems like he's putting great swings together, consistently hitting the ball well.
And another ball hit well to left center, but Kylan Cunningham there to make the catch. Off the bat of Andrew Keck, so first 2 batters, first pitch swinging for the Hoots, a base hit and a fly out. One away here in the 7th, and now the first baseman, Matt Dunham. Last time we saw Mr. Fowler was on Wednesday against the Cavemen, just faced 1 batter. Pitching here on a Saturday, 3rd time we've seen him this week. Made his debut last Friday against the Eagles. Back-to-back scoreless outings. Looking for another one here, and a chance to give his offense a shot in the bottom of the 7th. Hoots looking for some insurance. They have 10 hits on the evening. 3 of them off the bat of the guy on first base, Nick Neville. 2 of them leaving the yard. 1 ball, 1 strike to Matt Dunham. A hit by pitch sandwiched between a couple of strikeouts this evening for Mr. Dunham. Back-to-back Slew Billikens in this Hoots lineup with Dunham and Bergman. Division I and professional talent sprinkled all throughout this Hoots lineup. Matt Dunham, one of them, as that's chopped slowly to third. Franklin charges and makes the play. Nice play for Franklin for the 2nd out. Neville up to 2nd.
That was really smooth, Shane. He had to get rid of the ball actually very quickly there. Dunham was moving down the line well, but look how quick he got it and got it out of the glove.
That was smooth, very smooth.
Smooth play right there.
So now 2 away, and the last shot in the 7th here for the Hoots with a 5-3 lead is Colin Bergman. He'll try to pick up his Slew teammate, try to get himself a 2-out RBI. He's driven in 9 runs, which coming into the game was tied for tops on the ball club. Nick Neville has since surpassed him with 3 runs batted in this evening. First pitch from Fowler, chopped to third and foul. Bergman 1 for 3 in the evening, a single, a strikeout, and a flyout. He was the first batter faced out of the bullpen by Josh Stieglitz. He greeted him with a base hit. Final line for Stieglitz, 3 2/3, 56 pitches, 3 strikeouts, no walks, 4 hits, 1 run. Good evening out of the bullpen for Stieglitz. He kept his team in the game. Kyle Fowler trying to do the same here in the 7th. 1 ball, 1 strike to Colin Bergman as we play in the top half of the 7th. We'll look ahead to the bottom half. Franklin, Gentry, and Woods, 8-9-1 for the Gems after Franklin can get this final out. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bergman. And I'll look ahead to tomorrow as well. We got Eagles Gems at 5:30 and Caveman Hoots in the nightcap. 2 games tomorrow. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2-2 as that pitch gets away, and a wild pitch allows Neville to go up to third. So another insurance run just 90 feet away, and Bergman trying to come through with 2 strikes and 2 outs here in the 7th. Dominic Cusimano on deck if Bergman can reach. Cusimano's working on a 2-for-3 ball game. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kyle Fowler, the future minor at Missouri S&T, comes set for the 2-2. That's hit slowly to the left side. Another sliding play by Gibson on the first. And he is safe as Woods dropped the ball at first base. Boy, what another spectacular play by Gibson. Make it 6-3 Hoots. They add an insurance run here in the 7th. Give Bergman an infield single. He's got a couple of hits this evening. And give him another RBI as well. Make that 10 on the summer. And now Cusimano first pitch swinging, fouls it out of play. So the Hoots get an insurance run here in the top of the 7th. And how big some of those insurance runs have proven to be, we'll find out just how big when the Gems come to bat in the bottom half. But the Hoots looking for more with 2 outs. Swinging a foul at the plate. No balls, 2 strikes. Oh, 2 to Cusimano, swing and a miss. Spar's going to have to throw down to first, and he fires on to Woods. So the Hoots get an insurance run in the top of the 7th. Gems need a field goal as we head to the bottom of the 7th, 6-3, Hoots on top. Last chance for the Hoots. Franklin, Gentry, in the top of the order, Tommy Woods on to try to close things down. The right-hander out of Missouri Baptist, Jackson Keller. 14 and a third worked for him so far this summer. 21 strikeouts, 8 walks. ERA in the mid-3s. All his appearances so far this summer have been starts. Trying to close things out here in the nightcap, a 6-3 Hoots lead. And a broken bat and an easy play there at third for Bergman for the first out. About as easy as a line out as you're going to have over at the hot corner for Mr. Bergman, and 1 away here in the 7th. 15 hits, 7 earned runs given up for Keller in 4 starts so far this summer, 14 and a third innings. Trying to close things down and working a nice mustache too. No balls, 1 strike to Jacob Gentry. He's reached base a couple of times with a double and reached on an error, so 1 for 2. With a run scored tonight for Jacob Gentry, a Central Methodist Eagle. Sporting the St. Charles Capitals helmet. No balls, 2 strikes. Fouled away. We'll try it again. Tommy Woods waiting on deck. Gentry trying to get on. 3-run deficit for the Gems, who came in as a team hitting just .201. They have 8 hits here this evening. They tagged Devin Turbrak for 3 runs. Another broken bat out over to third. And a 5-3 ground out, 2 away here in the 7th. Turbrak, 7 hits through 3 innings, or through 5 innings rather, 3 earned runs, 7 strikeouts. Scoreless inning for Brady Walker, and now Jackson Keller trying to get the final out, and that's going to be a tough one. Tommy Woods, he's hit the ball well 3 times tonight. Just 1 hit to show for it, does have an RBI. Lined out to left in his first at-bat. A sharp 1-hop ground ball to short his second at-bat, and a base hit his last time up. 1 for 3, first pitch from Keller. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Keller working from the windup. And Woods smokes that one to left. It is high, it is deep, and it is gone. Touch 'em all, Mr. Tommy Woods. And it's 6-4 in the 7th. He's hit the ball well 4 times this evening. And now 2 hits, a home run, a couple of RBIs to show for it. He's swinging a hot bat. He's got a patient eye at the plate, but he's got the pop to do just that, and he makes it 6-4. And now the second baseman, Tate Wargo. So maybe some 2-out magic here for the Gems. Tommy Woods, a second home run, 10th RBI, make that 11 RBIs. 9th run scored. He leads this Gems ball club with those 11 runs driven in. And he's tied Tyler Fogarty and Tate Wargo for the team lead in runs scored with 9. Two for 4 night for Tommy Woods as he cracks his second home run of the summer. Well, he's put 4 good swings on some pitches tonight. Just a couple hits to show for it, but he is swinging a hot bat right now. A 2-1 count here to Tate Wargo. Make that 3-1.
Oh, all night long he was having good at-bats, especially kind of to set the pace against Devin Turbrak. Getting in an 0-2 count and hitting the ball hard, Shane. He did well all night.
And now a 2-out walk, and look who's coming to the plate representing the tying run.
Oh, man. Uh-oh. After last night, Shane, a go-ahead grand slam, and Mr. Malzahn, he's been up in the 7th before, Shane, with a little pressure, hasn't he? And once again, he does.
First pitch from Keller, in there for a strike.
What was that, just a few games ago? He came up with the, I think it was last week, go-ahead grand slam in the 7th.
He represents the tying run here. And there's a ball, 1 strike. And once again, another insurance run in the 7th inning. Will it come to fruition here in the 7th? Will it matter? We'll find out. 1 strike to Malzahn. And a base hit to left. And the tying run is on base. The go-ahead run, the winning run, coming to the plate. These 7th innings, man, oh man, do these get interesting.
Man, oh man, Ryan Malzahn. And now we know a guy who can really park a baseball. Kylan Cunningham. He's already gone deep a couple times. Here in the bottom of the 7th, do we have a chance for a walk me off?
Well, we have a chance.
We do have a chance for it.
We have a chance.
And that means fasten your seatbelts or maybe even let the seatbelts go. Get on the edge of your seat. It's going to be a good one here, Shane. It's things going down to the last pitch here. I mean, this is par for the course, and the course is a par 7th inning wildness. That's what it is.
Had to take a drink there. Make sure nice and hydrated for whatever's going to happen right here.
Oh, Shane.
First and second, bottom of the 7th, 2 outs. A home run by Tommy Woods, and now 2 straight base runners. And a strike to Cunningham. Keller retired the first 2 he faced, and he knew it wasn't going to go smoothly. 3 straight base runners. 1 ball, 1 strike to Cunningham.
And we know Cunningham can lay into baseballs. How about this, fans? Tommy Woods, the home run, didn't think it would matter. Well, it matters now.
The 1 run from Keller. In the dirt, 2-1. No action in the Hoots pen.
This is Keller's game to finish.
He retired Franklin and Gentry on a couple of broken bats to begin the inning. A home run by Woods, a walk to Wargo, and a base hit by Malzahn. And now Kylan Cunningham in a 2-1 count. That's hit up the middle, and Neville is playing right behind the second base bag, and that's how this game comes to an end. It got interesting in the 7th. We say that every single ball game, it seems like, but Jackson Keller closes things out. A 6-4 Hoots victory. They improved to 9-8-2, 7-10-1. The Gems fall to. We'll be back shortly to wrap things up. Hoots win at 6-4. Hoots win it 6-4. Jackson Keller closes things out. Couple of home runs for Nick Neville. Tommy Woods home run made things interesting in the 7th. Jim's got a couple of base runners, but ultimately Keller gets the ground ball to end things, and the Hoots improve to 9-8-2. They go over 500.
And they only used a couple pitchers. You know, Turbrak comes out, throws a decent ball game, not his best stuff, gets hit around a little bit, but limits the damage. Shane, just 3 runs, and then Walker, excellent like he's been all summer long, and Keller to close it out. So the Hoots get the job done. They get the victory. Now 9 wins. Ooh,
oh, baby.
The screws are tight.
If they weren't already tight.
They just keep getting a little bit tighter. Man, oh, man. We're excited to get back to the ballpark tomorrow, Shane, because more live action means more baseball in terms of these standings. They're so close right now in terms of 3 teams with 10 wins, a team with 9 wins, the Falcons right in the mix. It's just, man, I'm excited for this, man, Shane. It's fun.
Eagles Gems at 5:30. Caveman Hoots in the nightcap tomorrow. That's a wrap for things this evening. Thank you for tuning in here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Hoots win it 6-4 for Will Connerly and Charlie Bornoff. I'm Shane Holsey, saying good night from Car Shield Field. Have a great rest of your Saturday, what's left of it, and we'll see you tomorrow for a couple more games. Hope you can join us, or hopefully we'll see you here at the ballpark. That'll do it for us. Hoots win at 6-4.